stream is a going. We're gonna get the
Let me
TikTok
sign in.
a going. All right, TikTok is running. We're both gonna want to log in here. And when Ian
I
gets
need to
here,
pull up on TikTok.
we'll have Ian. Yep, Ian needs to pull up, but Ian was already awake, so they'll be here shortly, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also have on the new software pop-out windows for the chats, so you can have different chat
Do
windows
you need to
open.
pop them out though?
No, nope. You just get to
Oh, that's
if you
great
want to.
because it's gonna be good software. This is
It's
exciting.
but it literally does everything, and it replaces our Discord chat too, because you can chat right on the interface with each other within your group.
Oh,
And there's a notepad. You can display your notes. You can display your super chats. There's anything on the home page, any panel on that home page, you can pick it to display it on the screen. Pretty fucking dope. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. We are live, friends, and Ian should be joining us shortly. So thank you for being here. I need to join on my TikTok channel before I forget. Request.
indeed you do. I need to adjust my yes something or other because I can't see what's going on in the background here.
I do like the new background. That's pretty stellar.
You know, that's a good joke, by the
You
way.
see what I did there? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
someone...
I took this picture 2 nights ago.
Oh, really? That's dope. Okay.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah. I got a telescope and I've been fiddling around with it, and like, it's so like this is a whole ass galaxy,
Dude,
and then a whole ass
telescopes are so dope.
galaxy's orbiting galaxy.
I would love
There are
to
3 galaxies in this picture.
get like a legit telescope, like a good telescope, but like all the ones you can get like in the store, like for normies, are like for kids.
Well, so look, we're live right now.
Right.
I don't need to make this public, but I can. I have an affiliate link.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's make it happen. Okay.
So if you want the one that I have, I can give you the link, and I think you'll get like a 10% discount or something.
That's what's up. That is what's up. Okay. Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, so I was sent a telescope as part of a sponsorship thing, and I've been having so much fun with it. Like, honestly, having like I was kind of skeptical because it's like, you know, whatever, but I've been having so much fun with it. So I made a video. It's gonna go live once it's approved and stuff. But honestly, like this picture was for the video. I went out last night and took another picture just for the funsies because, like, I'm such a dork for this stuff.
It's exciting. I want to get one that's got the holder for the phone so you could take snapshots with your phone. Did you get one of those?
No, so okay, and I'm gonna show it for the company now. So this is a telescope. It's a brand of telescope called a smart telescope. So there's a few companies that do it, um, and so basically it has its own small onboard computer, and so it's basically just a camera with a telescopic lens on it, or like a telescope attached to it, and so it'll take photos, it'll stack photos for you, it'll like automatically track objects, and it just has an app and you control it from your phone.
Oh, fuck, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so like would recommend, not just because I'm shilling for them, but also because I'm shilling for them. It's just like a cool thing.
Yeah, there's no shame in shilling if it's like a really cool like product or thing.
Yeah, like this if so really iffy about getting a telescope for a long time just because they're expensive and I don't know how much it's hard to say, like they're complicated and stuff. Oh, that's a strawberry. But like if I knew what I knew now, I would definitely ask for this for like Hanukkah. Because like, it's like under $1,000 and it's just fun. It's fun for dorks.
I'll just check it out. I want to remember the science creator who shall not be named because he got up to some funny business. He used to do live streams where he would look at the sun.
He had a big telescope.
Those were amazing live streams. There's no reason why you couldn't take over that role. No one's doing it.
So I think there's one guy who does it, but he's really small. So what I'm finding out from my Discord is being very helpful because apparently in my Discord server there's a lot of people with telescopes, is that there's kind of like 2 kinds of telescopes that you might want if you're interested in this kind of stuff. Kind of the kind of telescope that I have, which is like a fairly cheap, but it has a really wide field of view. So like usually for like those big telescopes, you can't see Andromeda all in one picture. This is the Andromeda galaxy. Andromeda's huge, so you can't usually see it all in one picture. Just because it takes up too much of the sky and the field of view is too small on big telescopes. So you might want a small telescope like the one I have for taking these kind of like big field of view And then you also might want like a really kind of high zoom, deep field of view, narrow field of view, but really blow things up and has high resolution for kind of like those some other kinds of so yeah, they do. I mean, it's different things, different tools for different purposes, but it's definitely a fun thing to do.
Yeah. Also, Blitz, your connection on my end is just a shade fuzzy. I'm curious for the chat if the connection is lagging at all, or is the connection okay
Strange.
for y'all? I'm not sure if it's on my end or not, but hopefully it'll clear up. Anyways, friends, hey, thanks for being here. We're gonna have Ian shortly. Ian is up and moving, probably finding an acai bowl. Actually, looks like a bagel, but it's fuzzy on TikTok end. Actually, it's interesting because on my TikTok end, it looks good. So
Yeah, it actually looks fine on my TikTok end. It says
it's
it's laggy.
that's weird. What?
I'm connected to a VPN, but usually that's not an issue. So
Yeah, it's good now. Whatever it is, it'll be all right. Um, But anyways, I think we're great. Friends, hey, thanks for being here. We got a couple super chats. We do have the guest boxes open. If you want to join in, you're on YouTube. It's tiny.cc/UA guest. And if you're watching on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. We'll pull you in. You don't have to have an account on TikTok. You can use the link on the screen,
but it certainly
and
helps.
it does make things easy. Also, if you use the link on the screen, we don't need any of your personal information. We don't need your email address. You don't have to sign up for anything. It's literally just an open link where you can connect to a guest queue and we can get you into the conversation. But with that, hey friends, let me grab a couple super chats here. We got Mr. Booget in the house. Oh, I actually have to put him on the screen. My bad. One second. Oops. It doesn't work if you don't actually put them on the screen. Give me one second.
People are saying I'm sounding staticky. Am I sounding staticky?
Not to me. Not to me.
Okay.
Uh,
Hmm.
Interesting. I wonder. Is it on TikTok or on YouTube that they said you sound staticky?
Somebody said it sounds staticky on TikTok.
Okay. Huh.
Let me try resetting my VPN maybe.
Okay. Oh, we lost Blitz. Welcome back. There we go. Now we got the super chats set up and ready to rock and roll, although it looks like they need to be a little bit bigger. Give me one second. I'll take care of that. Let's see. Maybe change our resolution as well. Let's see now. That is huge. Let's just try something more like that. See if that takes care of it. Oh, still a little small. I'll have to check the resolution on that. Anyways, hey, give me one second, and we should have everything set up ready to rock and roll. We're just having we're putting some new software in play. It is on the screen, but I just need to get the size set up right. We're putting some new software in play. Kind of exciting. We can't tell you too much about it just yet. We're kind of in our testing phase, as you might say. That being said, it's gonna be pretty fucking powerful. Pretty excited about it. And for those that are in the streaming community, I think it's gonna make life a whole lot easier.
Hey,
We have.
Justin, unmute me.
Oh, there you are.
I've been here.
Sorry, buddy. I was.
Why am I so big?
Yeah, I got to do your resolution again. Every time you come and go, your resolution gets wonky. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, much better.
Yeah, should be all right. Hey, we're here. I was just gonna grab our super chats. While we're at it, I was going to take a look to see what resolution I needed to make our super chat window. I already forgot what I did on mine, on my stream. Like fuck, I forgot. It is what it is. I think this might be right. I think I did 3. So width is 340, and this would be 2160 maybe. And then we'll see. It's still really small. I have to figure out what the fuck I did on my stream to make it
Can't you make it bigger on OBS?
I thought I should be able to, but it's actually not. Look what
Just...
it did. Nope, not working for some reason. You know what I could do? Let me just do this. I'm going to remove it, and then add the identical one that I made for my other stream. It should be in the list of items that already exist. Let's see. Add existing. Yep, there we go. And it's there. There we go. Now it works. Give me 1 second to.
Ian, with Ian's big naturals out front.
Oh, fantastic.
No, they don't show up.
Oh no.
No, it's intentional. It's intentional that they don't show up.
That's right. We wanted it that way. Okay, now
Yeah.
it resizes. There we go. Be good to go. And then let me do the vertical stream.
Oh no.
Where'd he go?
It's revealing my secrets.
Oh, don't do that. The magic formulas?
Yeah. Can't
Oh,
have
no.
that.
That's a
There
problem.
we go.
That's a real problem.
There we go. I just want want those pretty stars in the background.
It's like in Lego where you can like lift a panel and find like the Easter egg.
No, it's not like that at all.
All right.
Oh, my mistake.
Good.
I think we're good now, friends.
You're
Hey,
forgiven.
thanks for being here, friends. We already got some people waiting to get in as guests, so we're going to get them real quick after just a couple super chats, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. It looked like Toothbrush was first, and then SCG Enjoyer. So, hey, Mr. Booget, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Dr. Blitz. Apologies. You know, I did forget when Dr. Blitz came in to make sure his name was appropriate, and it is now Mr. Dr. Blitz.
There we
So
go.
we should be
Sounds
ready
about
to
right.
rock and roll. And C-Bar, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Super sticker for 49. It looks like I got one more programming item left to do.
Yep.
Make sure the stickers show
I was
up.
gonna say, yep, you gotta handle that.
I forgot about those. We'll get those. The Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for the super chat. Belatedly, Ian, rock hard for DBI? What's that?
Doug Blitzian.
Maybe.
Doug
Blitz and Ian would be good. And Booget coming in again with another super chat, says Blitz lying in a Curtis stone skillet. Laying, there we go, in a Curtis stone skillet. What's a Curtis
What does
stone
that mean?
skillet? I don't know. I don't know.
By the way, that previous super chat implies that your name is Doug now, by the way.
That's
Yeah,
what
I also noticed that. I was like, justice for Justin, man.
That's what I thought. I guess I'm Doug now.
It's Justin apostrophe Doug close apostrophe
Yeah, I think that's
last
right.
name.
Hey, Technomancer. Oh, looks like I need to adjust the position on this super chat again. Let's see. Make it a little bit wider, maybe a
You also
little
need
bit
to make the
smaller.
right-hand side rounded. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, no, it was round. It just was getting cut off by my. I hadn't set the size constraints.
Also,
on the
people are
screen yet.
upset, and reasonably so, about the fact that this is like a serifed font, and it looks like it's Times New Roman.
Actually, I haven't set the font yet. I can set it to like just about anything, whatever
You need
people
to
like.
not set it to the serif font. Serif fonts are terrible.
What would be a preferred font?
Comic Sans.
How about Roboto? Roboto's not
No.
serifed, right? Or is it? Hold on. Impact.
I don't know what Roboto is.
Oh, Impact's too
there's
bold.
There's
new?
a no, not Courier. What are you doing?
Calibri.
Like, you could do like Calibri's good.
Okay, Calibri's good. All right, let me save that, and then we'll just do a refresh here, and we'll get Calibri going. Yeah, listen, I'm not too picky about fonts, but I get it. Some of y'all, like
should
a
be.
particular font.
Let's do Wingdings.
Hell yeah, so that's Calibri. Is that better, or no?
That doesn't look like Calibri.
It-
I thought
it
that
looks-
Calibri was a sans serif font.
I don't think it is.
The fuck? Why does this guy know so much about fonts?
Arial is a sans serif.
You could do Helvetica.
Maybe. I have about 10 or 15 fonts loaded up. I could load as many as I need to. I just had
You have
load
to-
them all up yet.
Helvetica's like a standard font.
Okay, let me see if I've got it already loaded.
But yeah, I don't think that you were showing me Calibri.
Well, that's Arial. people know about the Arial font pretty well.
Yeah, it's not unless you have Arial narrow, it's
No.
probably not worth it.
I don't yet
Who the
have
fuck are these guys?
Helvetica
what
loaded
the
up.
fuck? Maybe it's just like a generational difference. The fuck are you guys talking about? How do you guys both know so much about this?
Well, we come from a time period where fonts were like regulated in schools. Like you had to use a particular fucking font before you turned it into paper.
Well, we had that, but there was only like two options. Like they'd either make you do Times New Roman or you do Calibri.
Yeah, so use Calibri. Calibri's great. Just
Anyways.
whatever you do, don't use Papyrus.
How's this? Yeah, Papyrus is fucking awful. Okay, this is it's a sans serif font and it's
Can you imagine being
not
a Christian
offensive.
waiting to get in?
We're fucking arguing about fonts.
Okay, so can we talk about for a minute about how Avatar, the James Cameron Avatar movies
Yeah.
had the title in Papyrus font?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
It was really bad.
All right, friends, let me
I
read
should
the
have just
super
used Comic
chat.
Sans and left it like that.
Then we will get our
Go ahead.
first guest in here. Technomancer Magus says, hoping for no Philbros. Well, listen, Techno. Even when they crash out, it's not even in fun or interesting ways. They don't really seem to want to have a conversation, but are here to stroke their egos. Well, that may be true. I will say this. As much as I don't want to engage with them, I love watching Ian do it. Ian makes it fun, not just because they're going to win.
It's true.
But because it's actually understandable and they get called out on their nonsense. Also, W Mezzo Raid. Hope you're all doing well. And with that,
Let's go.
we're going to get Toothbrush Bristle in here first. Absolutely not a troll name.
Toothbrush Bristle. Love it.
We'll find out. Welcome in, Toothbrush. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? Bristle? Oh, he's talking, but I can't hear him. Let me see if my audio.
No, I think there was just a train coming by.
Oh, you're right. That was a train. Toothbrush, did you request by accident? Okay, well.
It's possible.
Okay, SCG Enjoyer. I've talked to SCG a couple times. I think
I
you guys
think
probably
I
have
could
as
recognize
well.
this name. Yeah.
Welcome in, SCG.
Hello, guys.
Welcome back.
I've been on your lives before. You maybe remember me.
Yeah, we
Long
remember
time no see.
the name, even if we don't remember every conversation. So you're at least 18. We don't got to ask you that. And if I remember correctly, you are a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you already know, you've seen our show. We start out with the same question every time, which is, hey, why would anyone believe in God? Is there a good argument or piece of evidence?
I'll answer that. I just want to ask first, how are you guys doing?
Please.
Oh, very well.
I'm doing A-okay.
Very well, yeah.
So and
Hunky-dory.
Blitz,
And
I see
you?
now you've got Dr. Blitz. I'm doing
I've been
fine.
Dr.
Thank
Blitz for
thank
the-
God.
Yeah,
I was Dr. Blitz for the whole time.
Mr. Dr. Blitz. So Mr. Part is added. You already had a PhD before, right?
Well, yeah, so I decided on my gender finally.
Oh, yeah, nice. So why would someone believe in God? This might. I've got like a reverse Pascal's wager on this. Like, not really that deep philosophically, but like a simple dilemma. Like, for example, if let's say you got scenario 1 and scenario B, scenario A and scenario B, and in scenario A, let's say, like, you go through life generally, and you do have hardships and everything, and ups and downs, and there's one scenario in which, like, faith gives you hope, and in the other one, like, you just go by yourself, and I see that, like, with no faith, with less hope, it's just harder. So, like, that's like the path of less resistance to have faith.
Well, listen, when
I'm
I was
sorry
when I
if
was
I'm
young,
not clear enough.
when I was young and I was learning how to
Sorry?
ride my bike, I kept on falling off of it, and then one day, my parents put training wheels on it, and I was able to stabilize my bike riding with the training wheels. But then there came a time where it was time to take the training wheels off. I think that there's like some scenarios. Maybe your life is like a total disaster, and actually, like, you might benefit from having faith in a religion because, I don't know, if you're like being like human trafficked or something horrible like that, and this is all you have, like that's understandable. But for the rest of us, for those of us whose lives aren't like, a train wreck, I think that we should be trying to believe as many true things as we can. And, religion, unfortunately, is false.
Hmm. I see your point. But so, what about religion do you think is false? Like, what's the main thing that drives you away from religion?
Like the metaphysics, like
What
it's
makes
not
you believe,
true.
oh, there's no God?
Yeah. I think that there are problems with,
We already got
uh,
a violation. We're like 5 minutes
what?
into the stream. We got a violation for suspicious activities that may violate our integrity and authenticity policies on
Huh?
TikTok. I'm appealing it,
Did I say
but
something?
no, it's not you.
No.
TikTok's just not well.
Oh man, they see a foreign accent and they think communist Asians.
No, no, it's not you. It's because we're sending our TikTok feed through a virtual camera, and sometimes it's like, hey, is this a real feed or what? What's going on here?
Oh, it could be because I said that. That's silly. Come on. You can't even say that word. That's ridiculous.
Is what it is. Nevertheless, we'll see. I appealed it. We should be fine.
Blitz, you're muted.
Oh, I've been
SCG, can
saying
you
words
repeat
the
the question,
whole
friend?
time.
Sorry?
I
Can
think
you
I
repeat
think
the
where
question?
we were at in the conversation is just he was asking like what reasons do we have for thinking that God doesn't exist? You
Yeah.
know, I just think that okay, imagine I told you that like this household, I was going to show you like the household of a family, and the family, like the parents of the household, they're, very kind and they're very like wise and they're very, like they're very strong. They can like do what they set out to do. And then you get in there and the place is like covered in rat shit. Like, the kids are like eating like cardboard. It's dingy. And there's like mold everywhere. You probably would reevaluate what I told you at the beginning that the household is parented by two like kind, loving, wise, like sovereign parents. You'd probably think that these parents suck. And likewise, I'm told that the world is governed by an all good, all powerful, all knowing God. And that sets like a specific expectation in my mind for what it should look like. And it just doesn't look like that at all. So then I revise what I've been told that the world might be judged like this. I think like all the suffering in the world is really good evidence against God's existence. I don't think that a loving, good, just, powerful God would allow for things like this.
Hmm. I see. But like the analogy that I would use, like, are you familiar with the term vassal states?
Hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, in the time, like, let's say, for example, the Ottoman Empire, and they had like for quite a while, the Byzantine Empire was a vassal of the Ottoman Empire. And let's say you've got some kind of like that status where you've got an empire that's got a vassal state, and and the empire goes just, they have a deal. You pay us tribute. You do this. We will let you self-govern, and you go to
Hmm.
the empire and see that it's like all nice, that it's a nice system and that all is working there. But you go to the vassal state, which is autonomous, which is self-ruled, and you see that it's shit. And you see there's like bureaucracy everywhere, that roads are not good, that there's no functioning system. So if the sovereign empire said you get to have self-rule, it's not really the sovereign empire's fault. It's the vassal state's fault that their state is shit, right? In that
So I think
scenario.
that that's like a really interesting point. Let's go back to like the parents and the house that's like covered in rat shit. Let's say that you told me that actually this is the nanny that the kids get sent to frequently because they keep on requesting it. I would still come away with the judgment that this household is not parented by good, wise, sovereign parents because they made a horrible decision of letting somebody who's not fit to rule. Like there are people who are raising their kids that shouldn't be. That these can't be good parents if that's the case.
Sorry, Ian, check your phone.
I get. Sorry?
The technical
I
stuff.
didn't.
Just telling Ian to check their
Oh, okay,
phone
okay.
so then they can tap yes on the YouTube app.
Oh, on the YouTube app?
So, like,
Yeah. You're good. Go ahead.
So, like with the parents analogy, you've got the kids that can't take care of themselves. That's why I don't really 100% like it. But like with the empire and vassal state, you see more like where people can take care of themselves, like us on this world. It's not like that we are incapable of things. It's not like that we are I don't know how to say, unable to self rule. We are able, so that's why I preferred the empire vassal analogy. And much of the hardships that we see in this world, it's usually due to human intervention and non-intervention. Get
Yeah,
what I'm
so
saying?
I just don't think that that accurately reflects like a lot of facts of the world. Like for example, the fact that things like malaria exist, I don't think that's because of humans. The fact that cancer exists, I don't think that's because of humans. I also think that a god, if one exists, would have moral obligations to interfere with things that might even involve like a degree of free will. Think about this. Let's say that you're thinking about you and your wife are considering having a child, but you know with absolute certainty that if you have that child's going to grow up and become like Adolf Hitler. Me personally, I just wouldn't have that child. I simply would not have that child with my wife. Maybe I would like wait a month and then after my
Then try again,
swimmers are all different.
reasonable.
Yeah, maybe I would have a child then. I wouldn't have the child that grows up to be evil. Now, God faces like a similar predicament. It says explicitly in the Bible that God's the maker of all things, that he's like the maker of all people. It just seems like God could not make people who are like sufficiently evil, and then that doesn't take away free will because there's like tons of people that God doesn't make.
But I would like to stress out that okay, there's one perspective where you say, okay, God is evil for Hitler's mother not miscarrying him. Like, let's say that. But
Well,
also, the rise of
send the soul down, send a different soul down.
I get it, I get it. But there's also the fault of people for making possible the rise of Hitler, right? So I would say that, it is what it is, but it's up to us to do everything that we can, like to stop as much evil as possible and to do as much good as possible.
No, I get that, but don't you think that this is like one small thing that could have easily improved? Like, I understand that there's like a lot of like socioeconomic stuff that goes into like the rise of Hitler and like World War II and all of that. Like, the state of Germany after World War One. Like, I understand all of that, but you know, it seems like there could have been a much better outcome had like a certain set of people simply not existed. And God could have just
And
not
I
made
get what
these
you're saying.
people.
And I get what you're saying, but you're saying like the am I by the way, am I allowed to say Hitler and that kind of stuff on TikTok?
Well, I don't know. I say it. I'm probably not the
Yeah,
right person
I
to
say it
ask.
too.
Because
you
I don't
know.
know. I'm interested. Like, I don't know. Ideally, I'd like to post like these clips to YouTube, and I think it sounds silly when you're saying like Schmittler or whatever.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I've
So
tested it, by the
you're
way,
saying
by not masking the words, and I haven't gotten like taken down yet. So I think it's actually okay.
well, I mean, it's like these people are trying to like hold back like the TikTok moderation bot with like a toothpick that they've taped to their door, right? Like obviously the TikTok moderation bot can and is able to and has been able to like see through all the self-censorship stuff for like probably like at least a year, right? Like what are we doing?
Yeah. So if it does become a problem, don't mind interrupting me and saying, "Yo, don't say Hitler" and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
So, mhm. So what you're saying, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is like that God could have fixed the world and a lot if just he didn't
Well,
send Hitler's soul down to the earth, and
well,
like
wait.
with
Let's
that
just think about it like
minor
this.
thing.
Think about it like this. If you knew that your kid
Mhm.
was going to grow up to be Hitler, wouldn't you just not have that kid?
Well, depends because Hitler couldn't have done all that by himself. It's not just Hitler's. It's not that just that like Hitler came down and killed like 6 million Jews and 10 million Slavs and
Yeah.
I don't know 1 million French and stuff. It was like a big collective thing. Even if
No, I
Hitler
get
didn't
that.
appear, someone else would have. Someone else would have. Currently, there's probably like 1,000 or 10,000 Hitlers in the world. It's just they don't have the backup of the people as much as Hitler did. So it's not necessarily only Hitler's fault. It's the fault
Sure.
of, first of all, the people who voted for him. And,
But
to kill millions of people, you need millions of people to
but
be willing to do that.
SCG, what I'm curious about is at what point during Hitler's rise to power are you okay assassinating him?
Ooh, I don't know. So I'm not really familiar with
How many
all of that.
concentration camps does he have to order the existence of before it's okay?
Zero. He should have been like.
So he hasn't.
Yeah.
So what crimes has he committed at that point? I mean, obviously he committed other crimes before ordering the formation of concentration camps, but like, where is
Not-
the line, right?
Yeah, where's the line? But I'm saying, from the beginning, he was like talking. Yeah, probably in the very beginning, he was like, okay, let's fix our country, and later, as he got more and more power, he became more extreme. Maybe like in the very beginning, he wasn't extreme. I'm not so sure. Like when he
No,
was
he's
like
pretty
in
extreme
the
before
Socialist
power.
Party or something. Sorry.
He was I mean, he wrote his book while he was in prison, so he was like pretty extreme even before his rise to power.
Yeah, but after he joined the NSDAP, right? That was after that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Maybe, and because I'm an American
I'm not a
and also
historian,
just
so
uneducated in
apologize
general,
if
but
I'm wrong.
no. I think I might just have the timeline, or I might just be confused about the timeline. But I don't know. Like, don't you think at some point, like, if I have a moral obligation to kill Hitler, if given the opportunity, at a specific point in his rise to power, then it seems like God would have the same moral obligation.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Hitler is a problem, but he's a part of a way wider picture. Like, you do realize that even his own Nazis tried to kill him. And do you really think that, if they succeeded in that they would just say, oh yeah, no more killing innocent people, no more concentration camps? Like, the opinion of the public was in support of concentration camps and exterminating
The public
whole
didn't
races.
know about the public didn't know about those things, to be clear.
I mean, maybe not about Auschwitz, but they certainly did know about Dachau and Bergen-Belsen. What was the name? They surely did know about
not as far,
those.
no, not as far as I know. This was shock to everybody, including German civilians.
No, they pretended to be shocked. Everybody, you can, when something is a public secret, right? Like everyone knows it, but nobody wants to admit it. Like, for example, if you got the Jasenovac concentration camp in Croatia, everybody knew and everybody supported what they were doing there, killing Jews, Serbs, and Roma. But, after it was publicly discovered, everybody knew, and the partisans knew, the Ustasha knew. It just, they didn't care, they
I
supported
want so
it.
bad to make an inappropriate joke.
Oh my God, I disavow. I disavow.
I'm not going to, but I want so bad to.
Okay, let's.
There are certain kind of jokes that I'm afforded the opportunity to make. This is
Maybe
not one of them.
maybe maybe an easier example then to get the point across. Let's say that you knew that your kid was going to grow up to be like a pedophile. Well, I just wouldn't have that kid, right? Like I simply wouldn't if I knew that that's what my kid was going to grow up to do. Would you?
Uh-huh.
What about you? Like, would you have that kid if you knew that that's what they were going to do?
No.
Yeah. I mean, would God have the kid? Like, would God give this kid like a soul and existence, knowing that this is what they're gonna grow up to do?
Oh yeah, that's a good moral dilemma right there. That's a good like point. I'm not gonna lie, but the I don't know how to express this, but like the way God knows things in advance is not like God being in person and seeing the future. It's God seeing everything at once, but God being at all times at once. So
Yeah, no, I get
I'm not
that,
sure
but
about
God
Mhm.
omnisciently knows. Like, presumably, what you want to say is that we exist because God made the intentional decision of giving us our existence. Like, as individuals, God makes the individual decision to create each and every one of us, and maybe He's like done this eternally. Um,
Mhm.
but then it just seems like He could have made the decision to not make us if we're gonna do like something horrible like that. Like if God foresees that somebody's gonna grow up to be a pedophile, you could just like not make them.
Or change them from being a pedophile to being a normal not pedophile.
That's true.
Yeah, yeah,
Like in the
that's
womb,
true. And
just like
honestly,
change like a tiny bit of brain chemistry so that in the future like it's different.
mhm, I see. Great point. Great point. But I'm not sure about that, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't know the answer to
That's
that
okay.
question. Oh, I'm not gonna try to get myself out of that, but that's a good point, and I'll make sure that I think of that in future
Yeah,
to
that's okay.
to
That is
like
like the
do some
conversational
theological research.
flamethrower, you know, really grinds conversation to a halt
Hmm.
usually. But
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Is there anything else? Do you have like any reasons for thinking that God is real? I know we talked about the pragmatic stuff, but is there like some evidence that you
Mm.
find convincing?
Well, I mean, there is some. There is some. Like, for example, I don't know if this will convince you or not, but it's up to me to say it. Like, for example, you've got, I'm Orthodox. I think I've said that before. And, you know, in the Orthodox Church, we have saints. So, saints are great people who have accomplished great things, you know, usually church figures or sometimes martyrs or sometimes like something else, but mostly those two categories. Um, and one thing that really makes me believe is the incorruptibility of saints. So like basically people whose bodies are preserved but they were not mummified. So that's one thing that really
I mean,
comes across my
natural
mind.
mummification is a thing that happens, right? Like if you just like take a body and you chuck it into the Egyptian desert, like it'll preserve itself kind of automatically in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I went to I was recently at a like the New York Museum of Natural History or something, and they have like an 80 million year old dinosaur mummy. This is like a process that can absolutely happen just naturally.
Hold on, that sounds like BS.
It's true.
New York Museum. Edmontosaurus mummy?
Yeah, it's this exact one. Yeah,
Where's the mummy? Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. It's like leather.
it is. Yeah,
Oh,
it was weird to look
hate
at.
that. Hate that a lot.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah, so
but
like
it's
that's an
usually
example
in
of I
some
guess
like
things that can
special
happen.
conditions.
No, the point is that
This
like
is the first time
it's
I'm
that
finding out about this too.
so the point is that it's not just special conditions, it's just the right conditions. So well, okay, I guess that is special in some sense. But what I'm getting at is that there are certain environmental scenarios, like being in, I don't know, a really dry desert and buried by sand, where mummification is actually more common than you'd think, kind of naturally. Alternatively,
Hmm.
if you get thrown into a peat bog where there's very, very little oxygen, there's a really famous natural mummy of a human from like 12,000 years ago. I think his name is Ozga or something. Um,
Let's see.
in fact, there's a whole thing called a peat bog mummy.
Hmm?
Hmm.
And they're just like all over the place. There's even a Wikipedia page on bog bodies, which is horrible, but they're things that exist, and they're just like mummified people.
Yeah, I get that, but it's usually like those conditions, like bug bodies. There's I don't know, or ice preserved bodies, or something like that. You know, either
Yep.
the bug conditions or very cold conditions. But you really did have. I can, like, cite the actual saints. Um, you know, conditions where, like, let's say bishops, certain ones, were buried like in a cemetery, like a normal cemetery with all other people buried in it, and people having these apparent apparitions and stuff, where people would like dig their graves up like after 1, 2, 5, 10 years and find their bodies preserved, while others are not, like within the same conditions.
I mean, look,
I
so
mean, I can tell a few examples.
there are definitely scenarios that are perhaps unusual, and we could talk to paleontologists about this. We could talk to archaeologists about what kind of scenarios would be required for these things to happen. But I don't think it's enough to say that because there's this typical behavior that we expect for a dead body in a certain scenario, that if it doesn't happen to every dead body in that scenario, that it therefore follows that something spiritual, something mystical has happened.
Hmm. But yeah, but you see a pattern. It's usually like some kind of Orthodox monks or something whose bodies do get preserved. Like, of course, not all of those bodies get preserved, but many do. Like, that's one thing that comes across my mind. Like, for example, you have Saint Basil of Ostrog, you have Saint Peter of Montenegro, you have all these saints whose bodies are nearly perfectly preserved.
So you
And,
talked
like
about
in the Bible says, no,
so
go
you're
ahead, go ahead.
it's okay. You talked about something when I was in Catholic school we referred to as the incorruptibles, and
Yeah,
we would refer to them as the incorruptible saints. Now, I've done
yeah.
some work on this particular topic, and it's a fairly common phenomenon. In fact, I've got I can grab it real quick. A long time ago, I kind of made a list of some of the more famous ones that were not Christian, which I'm more
Mhm.
than willing to go grab if it's important. But what they were saying, it actually is a commonly occurring phenomenon. And what we also learn is like when scientists have studied some of these bodies, they've learned that some of like what the people have done to the bodies have aided in the preservation, like putting them in glass cases and different things like that. So it's a really cool phenomenon, but I don't have a good reason to think that like it points to anything divine or sacred.
I mean, I get that's your perspective. That's
Mhm.
totally fair. And maybe in some cases they do that. I've talked to some Catholics, and they said like, yeah, this guy is preserved with wax or something. Like, I'm not aware if it's a practice within the Orthodox Church, not that I know of, but that's okay. That's an okay perspective.
There was I was recently like watching like a YouTube video, but there was this it was like this like Civil War like Confederate like lieutenant or something. And he got buried in like an airtight like cast iron casket. And then a couple of years ago, someone tried to grave rob from it. I think it was in like maybe the 1980s actually, but someone tried to grave rob from it after like hundreds of years, and because of the burial conditions and this like airtight cast iron coffin, there was like
Hmm.
basically no aging that took place to the body.
Hmm. Yeah, I get it. No, this fact might shock you, but like the incorruptible saints in the Orthodox Church, like they're up for display. Like, like they put the coffin inside the church and like it's open. Like you can go see it
I
yourself.
don't think that they're open. Can you give me an example
Yeah,
of one
they
that's
are.
open?
I've
Because
been there. I've
I've
visited.
seen I've definitely seen pictures of this, and they're like usually glass boxes that you can see like into.
Depends on the place. It really depends on the place.
Is there something
In
that
some
I'm just
monasteries,
curious? Is there some monastery that has like an open casket that I can go pull up and look at online? Like, what's the
yeah,
name
sure.
of?
First one, I don't know if you're gonna be able to spell this. Cetinje Monastery. So Cetinge.
Monastery and then uncorruptible. Let's see if we can find a picture.
Or type
Incorruptible.
relics.
Relics. So, when you say incorruptible,
Mm-hmm.
these like so I see like a hand. It looks
Mm-hmm.
pretty corrupted.
Oh yeah, the hand of Saint John, the
Yeah,
Baptist.
that one looks pretty corrupted. And that one's also in a
That's
glass box.
okay, but type Saint Peter relics in Cetinian
Okay,
monastery.
Saint Peter relics. Okay. So I see a hand.
It's not the Saint Peter; it's another. Sorry,
I see.
a hand.
Yeah, I see a hand. I see a body that's wrapped in something, and it's basically completely covered.
Mm-hmm. But the hand
Let me
doesn't
see.
look
Is
corrupt.
this the one that I think it is? Yeah, it's just the hand that's not wrapped. Yeah. And it looks pretty
Yeah.
corrupted to me. I don't know. It looks like gray and shriveled.
Yeah, it looks like, because like the blood circulation stopped, and it kind of looks brown, but the fact that it's not decomposed is,
Well, I mean, like, look.
like,
So
that makes it special.
you can
It's like
prevent
200 years old.
but like we've been preserving bodies for millennia. You can prevent decomposition if you know how to treat a body right.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not sure if they like do mummification.
You don't have to do mummification isn't the only way to preserve a body. That's just one way.
I mean, yeah, I guess wax and other stuff. I'm not sure if they do anything special besides like displaying it. I'll have to ask.
Well,
I mean, that's a question worth asking, because I know that like oftentimes these kinds of things will be like they'll be like moisturized, and they'll be like they'll be dressed with oils and things like that, and that sounds like the kind of thing that can preserve a body. Like maybe not,
Yeah,
but at least that's not so that's not so unusual.
yeah, I mean, like from what I know, like the common practice is like just you treat relics with respect, and you don't do anything to them, and if they become corrupt, then they become corrupt. There's many corrupt saints. There's many like instances where you just have bones. So I don't think that like they leave that much accent on like the incorrupt part, but like if it's incorrupt, it's incorrupt.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that's like an empirical question. It's just like whether or not this is a thing that they do, and I don't know. I know that like as far as taking care of bodies, like that's a thing that's fairly common in a lot of these kinds of scenarios. Not necessarily this one, but at least in a lot of these kinds of scenarios.
but
Yeah, I mean,
I'm,
that's a topic worth researching.
do you have anything else? Otherwise, we might move on to the next one.
No, that's about it from me. So have a great day, guys. It was a pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good
thanks
to
so
hear
much
from
for
you again
coming.
at SCG. Cheers.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a minute since we heard from SCG, but seems like they're doing well. Hey, friends, thanks for being here. We've got a number of super chats we're going to read, and then we're going to bring in our next guest. The one that was next in line dropped. So it looks like next in line is going to be Rosie. And then after Rosie, as far as I can tell, it's going to be Red Ball and then Kim. So we'll go in that order. Eat some shorts. Thank you for the super chat. Says W, new background. Chief Fleet Admiral 3 times removed on my mom's dad, Dr. Blitz. That's an appropriate
Yeah.
title. That's
So the new background is a photo that I took. I took it 2 nights ago, and I'm very proud of it. It's, when you do something that's just like, I don't know, they've never done before, and it turns out really well. This is that. And so I've just been like I showed it to my mom, I showed it to my Discord server, I showed it to my friends. I'm very proud of it. It turned out very well.
yes, indeed. And $5 super chat again from Eat Some Shorts says L font flexing. You know what? I didn't realize that's what we were doing, font flexing. I don't have enough fonts loaded up to flex. So we'll see. Maybe I'll font flex next week. And from Wafcast says, if atheisms are really made out of nothing, then why is evolution made out of atoms? Did nothing explode, or did an atom explode? God didn't explode. So, Waf, I think you might be confused.
No, this is obvious satire.
Yeah, it's got to be, right?
I would hope so. Like, I mean, it's 100% gotta be.
Yeah,
Turns out that atheisms are made out of nothing because concepts don't exist. Get wrecked,
True.
Platonists.
that's
True.
right. Yep. Also, Amir, thank you so much for sending out an unapologetic gifted membership. Super appreciate that, friend. And he says, y'all are amazing. Much love. Keep it going, please. It's coming through. I think it's making a difference. I actually do think it's making a difference because I do get messages from people pretty regularly at this point saying, hey, you helped me deconstruct. You made it feel like I wasn't an idiot for thinking these things. And I think that's what we're here for. We're here to help. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the
Justin,
membership.
question.
Mhm.
When it says member for 6 months, does that mean that they re-upped after 6 months? Or
Uh,
is this just like, oh, it's the 6-month anniversary?
No, it means they've been a member for 6 months.
Right, but so when does it send the message? Does it send the message on like their 6-month anniversary or?
Oh, I don't send any messages to them.
No,
I mean,
I think it sends the message on the 6-month anniversary.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
know.
like in the chat, because that's what you just pulled up. The one
Yeah.
from Amir, the chat. That was
Yeah.
a 6-month membership chat.
Yeah. So I've also got my software set up to do some filtering. One of the filters that I have turned on right now is I'm allowing if they've been a member on the channel, then I will see the member super chats if they're highlighted, or the member regular chats if they're highlighted. And so Amir sent out a gifted membership,
I see.
and I saw that Amir also sent a highlighted member chat. So I said I better grab that highlighted member chat because he's been a member and a supporter
Okay,
for a
I
long
see.
time on the channel.
Neat.
You don't
Well,
have
thanks
you
for
don't
being here, Amir.
yeah, you don't have to have those in the list though. I just include them so I can see what the members are up to.
No, it's good to have.
Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat. Says they don't create any of the necessary people in the chain. He'd know which people would need to have existed to prevent this thing. But that is the case, and we've talked about this before in relation to God having to execute like the Amalekite children and whatnot. If God was like merciful and good, like he would just close up the wombs of the people who are going to have those children rather than slaughtering them. And he could have done the same here. He could have just literally closed up somebody's womb, which the Bible says he does repeatedly. And SPL says God kills a man for pulling out. True, Onan kills others, TD, for burning the wrong incense. Yeah, that's in Leviticus 10, as Nadab and Abihu get by Yahweh. Says for the wrong incense, but wouldn't execute Hitler. Got it. True. Yeah. He wipes out people for the dumbest things. He killed a prophet by lions because the prophet got deceived by another prophet. Stephen, thank you for the super chat. Why don't you give God credit for preventing the birth of all those guys who would have been worse than Hitler? Oh, I see that is a troll, Stephen.
You know what? That's a good point. I'm Catholic now.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck. We'll see you in church next Sunday. And Nightman
There's
cometh.
all of those times.
Indeed, Nightman cometh. Says, I have to admit, the Catholic artifacts like skulls and hands are pretty metal and badass. Well, I would say, Nightman, while I obviously knew that there were forgeries when I was in Catholic school, that was the one cool thing about the Catholics is you get because some of these pieces are genuinely old, like for the medieval or pre-medieval period. You're like, wow, that's actually pretty fucking rad that we got some stuff from that period. But obviously, a normal person would understand that they're not real relics. Nevertheless, let's get Rosie in here, and wrong button, and we'll get our next conversation going. Welcome in, Rosie. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Rosie, can you hear us?
Rosie? Well, Rosie's on Video Ninja, so I know they didn't connect by accident.
It's hard to do that, yeah.
Looks like they're on a phone, so they should be able to hear us. I can set the microphone. Maybe they didn't set their hardware. I'm going to set the microphone real quick and then request. Maybe that'll work. Rosie? Nothing? Okay. Sorry, Rosie. We got to move on. But
You might, yeah.
hold
wait,
on.
Maybe.
Hold on. We got something now.
Are you there?
Hi.
There
Yeah,
we
I hear
go. Rosie?
What is happening?
Rosie's connection,
hear
I
me?
think, is really bad. We can hardly hear you. You're cutting in and out, friend.
It sounds like you're transmitting from like
The moon.
in one of those airtight steel caskets that the
Yeah.
relics are found in.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Well,
Oh, we can hear you now. Sounds
very
good.
good. So, Rosie, are you at least 18?
Oh yes, I am.
Sure.
And do you believe in God?
Yep.
I've been on the show once before.
Okay.
Oh,
Was it under the same name?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, interesting. So I should have you in here, but I don't. Apparently, might have been a long time ago. Anyways, this is your second time here. Which God do you believe in?
Christian, Christian.
Awesome. And what do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
Okay. Just the way that the Bible's written is
What,
you just get the sense that this text is just
that's all made up?
entirely different.
Oh,
It couldn't have been written by a person.
why not?
well, it was written by
I
people,
mean, it
right?
certainly
like,
was.
I mean, like that's obviously true. Like Paul wrote half the New Testament, roughly, right? Like Paul was definitely a person.
No. What I meant is the authorship is the way it speaks to you, the text and style and the language. It simply isn't an ordinary book.
But the
It's a book
style
that
and language that you're reading it in is English, right?
All right, am I cutting
it
out
is.
now?
It is.
No, Blitz, I can hear you.
Justin sounded like he was cutting out though.
Oh, that's weird. Rosie,
Okay.
when you read the Bible, are you reading it in English?
Yes.
Okay. So the feeling that you get when you read it in English is just because you like the way it sounds. I mean, it wasn't written like that. It was written in Greek and Hebrew. And I got to be honest, if you heard it in Hebrew, you might not like it. Hebrew is kind of the Semitic languages don't sound quite as pretty as Victorian English.
In fact, if I read it in Hebrew or Greek, because some of the words you sometimes have to go to the original to understand what was actually being said,
Yeah,
and
but my
the
point is it
impact of
doesn't
those.
sound as pretty
No,
quite
the impact.
often. They've
Let me
got words
finish.
like
Let me
look
finish.
and you know, it's like
Yeah, the
Hey
impact.
now, hey now.
Yeah,
sorry.
the impact of the impact of the language makes it, even more powerful.
I don't know what that means.
So I don't know.
The
Maybe
impact of a language
maybe the
surely means
translation
something.
reduces the impact. But just to make my point here, I believe the way that it is written is just simply it isn't. I do believe it's divinely inspired.
Sure, but can you give further detail? Like what about it leads you to believe that it's divinely inspired? Just because you like the way it sounds, or do you like what it says specifically, like the content of it?
Um. So basically, let's start with prophecy. Let's start with prophecy. So I was
Sure.
told
I don't know anything
okay,
about
so
prophecies. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
yeah. So statistically speaking, um, so there's been some research done in this area. Maybe you can look it up
Oh yeah.
later on. That the amount of fulfilled prophecies that the Bible has met would amount to, is the probabilities of that occurring is 10 to the power of some uh
Uh,
100 or something like that. That's what I
so
read.
I
Yeah.
think what you're referring to is what Peter Stoner did sometime back in like the 80s now. Peter Stoner had his students, he was a math teacher, calculate the probability of fulfilling a certain number of prophecies. Now, I've seen the calculations are kind of bullshit, but the reality is they were very specific prophecies. They were prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, not just any prophecies, right? Now, the problem with that calculation is he just assumed that Jesus did
Yeah.
fulfill all these prophecies. The reality is he didn't. He didn't fulfill even one prophecy. And I realize this is probably the first time you've heard this and you think that I'm crazy, but I promise you I can back up what I'm saying with actual evidence. So the probability of fulfilling zero prophecies is pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Um. All right. So that's your rebuttal against the prophecy. Okay. I just want to digress a little bit from scripture as well, because I want to now come to the point of just intelligent design and things like that.
Yeah, what part of the world
So
seems intelligently designed to you?
okay, so apparently I've been reading, I've been reading this person's work. I don't know if you looked into Stephen Meyer.
Yeah,
Stephen Meyer, he's the
the creationist guy.
yeah, he was like a chemist or no, he got a doctorate in philosophy of
No,
science, right?
he wasn't a chemist. Does
Yeah,
this
yeah,
guy named
he got a doctorate in philosophy of science.
My goat.
no, let me just look him up 1 second. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
this is
is a philosophy of
he's an
science
American
degree.
philosopher of science and historian. He is an advocate of intelligent design, a pseudoscientific creationist argument for the existence of God. I love Wikipedia.
let me just look at 1 second. So there's Stephen Meyer. Then there's Dr. James Tour.
Oh, good
Oh, Mr. Farina!
grief. That's exactly what I hear
Mr.
every time.
Farina! Every single time I hear his name.
Yeah. So I could go on. There's a long list of when it comes to scientists. Most of the scientists who discovered the modern world, if you look at it, not discovered the modern science, who helped with the progression of modern science, they were all people of faith, more or less.
Stephen Hawking, Albert Einstein, um,
Yeah.
I think Niels
So
Bohr.
those are the two. Those are the only two names.
Not Enrico Fermi. There was another guy whose name I'm forgetting. He was a really big. There's so many. There's so many of the early physicists
because
from the
there
early
aren't
20th
many.
century were atheists.
There aren't many, Dr. Blitz.
I can just go find you a list.
Yeah. So if you because I personally looked up lists. Most of the quantum.
Stephen Hawking, Richard
physicists.
Feynman, Paul Dirac, Stephen Weinberg, Peter Higgs. Want me to keep going?
Yeah. Let's
Niels
look at
Bohr, De Broglie,
look at people like
Chandrasekhar.
Enrico Fermi or Niels Bohr. All these people had did have faith.
Niels Bohr was an atheist.
Oh, sorry. Was it Niels Bohr? Or was it Enrico Fermi?
Enrico Fermi. I think Fermi may have been Catholic.
Yeah.
Actually no. I think it was actually like. Hold on. Let me double check. I actually think he. No. Yeah. He was Catholic.
So,
yeah.
so I have my
or
research
Jesuit
notes
or
or
something
something.
like that. But I mean, yeah. So like it's just the case that a lot of the early physicists were atheist, or at least not Christian.
No,
Like a lot of them.
I disagree with that point because
I just read
if
off the list of like 5 of the most important physicists who have lived in the 20th century.
And to you, are they all atheists?
Yes.
Okay, but explain to me why do you think other scientists did not subscribe to their atheism?
So I think that whether or not somebody is an atheist or whether or not somebody is a scientist, or sorry, whether or not somebody is an atheist or not,
Yeah.
is going to be often unrelated to their scientific investigations. Like people will end up, at least in the early 20th century, it's not the case anymore, but at least in the early 20th century and prior, people will be an atheist, whether or not they end up an atheist or not is usually independent of their scientific investigations. However, it is true that a survey as of the late 90s, I want to say, was conducted amongst the members of the American Academy of Sciences, which is kind of like an elite group. It's basically, think of it like the Royal Academy, but for the United States. And what they found is that I think 93% of the people in that group were non-believers, which is kind of like shockingly high, even compared to the average scientist.
Okay, but because right now the consensus around having no belief is to even look at the natural explanation of the world and how it came to be. But if you circle back to think about a naturalistic point of view, even with the Big Bang theory, the person who what do you say?
Yeah,
who defined the Big Bang-
he was a Belgian
priest.
priest and also a scientist.
Yes. So
Okay. So
So what?
so it seems to me, their subscription of faith doesn't seem to contradict
So
these
to be
are
clear,
these are
the
people who
person you're
have
talking about,
first-hand.
Georges Lemaitre, was very upset when people tried to interpret his scientific theory as a religious statement, right? He had a conversation with the Pope because the Pope tried to make his whole thing about the Big Bang, make it as evidence of Genesis 1, and Lemaitre told him to not do that. He said, "Look, this is science. This isn't religion."
Damn, he really went up the chain. He really said, "Can I
literally went
speak
to the
to your
Pope.
manager?"
Dude literally went to the Pope.
Okay. So
So
what do you
like
think
this is
that
not a good example of somebody whose faith led them to some conclusion. Like he was a genuinely objective and talented scientist, and he came to the conclusion based off of the data, and it was not informed, at least as far as he's publicly acknowledged, it was not informed by his religious belief at all. By the way, I found the survey. If you go look at the so these are members of the, I just want to make sure that I get it right. Members of the National Academy of Science. These are the quote unquote great scientists of the United States. As of 1998, only 7% have a personal belief in God. 72% have a personal disbelief, and 21% have doubt or agnosticism. Compare this with 1914. Again, this is 100 years ago. Still, only 27.7% had a personal belief in God. 52% had a personal disbelief in God, meaning that they were like explicitly atheists, and then 21% had doubt or agnosticism. So like this is it is a general trend that the greatest scientists in the United States, at least, and you can go look at the Royal Academy as well, they've done a similar survey, that the greatest scientists tend to be more atheist than the general population or than the average scientist.
Okay. All right, that's okay because I do believe the science, the way we have it, is also extremely limited. Because there's
Then
so
why'd
many
you bring
things
up
that
scientists?
no, I mean because I wanted to lay the foundation of how we sort of take this forward because I do believe that you are genuinely making an investigation from a scientific lens, and that's the reason I just wanted to lay that groundwork down first. Because once we've done that, then it sort of lays the basis because of how we can sort of take this conversation forward. Uh, and I do believe science is still extremely limited, which is why we cannot sort of mathematically. I mean, maybe there is a mathematical equation
It's
to
limited in what way?
finding God. But anyway, I've just opened
In
up.
what way is it limited?
I've just opened up this
In
Go.
in what way is it
this
limited?
No, don't answer. Fuck, go. You got this. Move on to the next one. Yeah. Don't let anyone notice. Slip away like a ninja in the night to the next point.
Oh yeah, okay. 1 minute. So yeah.
It, in what way is
All right,
science limited?
so I'm on this website called the Hoover Institution, and
Hold on. In what way is science limited?
I mean we're still evolving, and we're still trying to
True.
we're still
Truth
trying to get
nuke.
to a more advanced methodology to kind of define these things.
As far as I know, the methodology of science hasn't changed in like 500 years.
Yes, exactly.
So it's not clear that there is a more advanced methodology.
I disagree. Like we are only about to. I think we just at the surface of everything. We are only at the tip of the iceberg.
What does that
With-
mean? We're talking about the methodology, right? A methodology is not a knowledge claim.
Yes, the methodology is still in development, is what I'm saying.
It's not still in development. It hasn't changed in 500 years.
Okay.
Nobody's proposing scientific method 2.0. What would that
okay.
even be? Make an observation, form a hypothesis, run 2 experiments, then form a conclusion. Like, what are we doing? What would it even be?
No, the reason I said that is because I just believe that these are not we don't have like simulations to. I mean, like we don't have like proper like these supercomputers, like these quantum computers to run.
What does that have to do with the
you know.
methodology of the scientific method?
Oh, we don't have
I don't know what
supercomputers.
you're getting at. I'm trying to
Therefore,
make my point.
we don't know
I'm just trying to make my
anything.
point here. We've not had like these powerful supercomputers or quantum computers to kind of run these data sets of what we have
Okay, but that has
presently.
nothing to do with the scientific method.
Dr.
Why
Blitz,
doesn't
we've
it
never
have?
done a linear regression on a supercomputer, therefore all of science is useless.
You got me there. Look, so maybe, look, I'll actually grant you something. Maybe
Yeah.
we will come up with a better method to gain information about the world in the future. Do you think that that
Yeah.
method would include an aspect of faith?
No, I'm glad you admit that. So yes, ultimately,
Do you
because
think
I
that
do
that
believe
method would involve an aspect of faith? The new and
what
improved
would
scientific method?
uh, it would facilitate arriving at fate, maybe.
That
But
wasn't
an
my
aspect,
question. My question was, do you think that as part of scientific method 2.0, faith is
yeah,
one of the steps?
not necessarily.
Okay, so then it seems irrelevant as to whether or not, our method is, if we could still improve on our method or not. It seems like your method is just worse than what we currently have.
No, no, yeah,
Faith
because
is
I
not
don't think
worse than the scientific method
I
at
don't
finding
think you're
out what's
trying to
true.
I don't think you're trying to understand what I'm trying I mean the point I'm trying to make basically. I'm just saying that we have not run all these data sets that we have at the moment, and we've not
What?
taken all of that data and run it through like
What
endless.
does that have? What does that have to do with anything?
No, it might facilitate fate at some point.
Why? Faith is belief in the things unseen. If you see them, then it's not faith anymore.
No, I mean like I mean like to sort of it wouldn't affect the believer, but for the unbeliever is what I'm trying to say.
So it wouldn't be faith, right?
So, in a sense, like then you would definitely know God exists.
Okay, and you think that you think that if we just run enough simulations, eventually we'll find out that God exists?
Simulations in the sense that if we are able to mathematically, or we might be able to mathematically arrive at that conclusion is what I meant.
What does that have to do with scientific method? How did we get
Because
here from the claim that that science is limited?
okay, so I don't think I
I
think both
think
of us are
I think a
are
way
limited
funnier
in.
question would be this. What's
Yeah.
the first step of the scientific method, guess? Do you even know?
I mean, we'll get to that
It's not
because I
fair. I
think
gave it to him like five
Why
minutes
do you,
ago.
I'll get to that.
but he,
I'll
he
get to that.
didn't
I'll
even
get to that.
listen, right? Like,
Le-
why do you think you're in a position to critique science? You know, like basically nothing about
No,
it.
I'm not a scientist. I'm not a
But
scientist.
why are you
My
giving
my
critiques of
knowledge
this
is.
thing that you've never looked into before?
I mean,
Like, why would anyone value your critique of science? You don't know anything about it.
okay, because I mean, I do agree that my knowledge on this is limited, and so is yours. We all have limited
Some of us more than others, right? Like, don't you think you should know like
yes,
the first thing about this before you give like a reason to think that we shouldn't do it or should do less of it or should trust it less?
yes, more or less, yes, yes. I agree.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, we're not there yet. It's we're not completely developed
And to be clear,
methodologies
all
to.
Ian is saying is that your claim that we're not there yet is to be trusted less than Donald Trump
Okay.
should be trusted in a department store.
Let's just park that
I
for a bit.
disavow.
And I'm on this website called the Hoover Institution, and I'm just going through an article that says mathematical challenges to Darwin's theory of evolution with David Berlinski, Stephen Meyer. Okay, and I've been through this argument a couple of years back, and I found it. I mean, I've read this article, and I found it very convincing. Is that they run a bunch of I don't know, simulations or what, codes looking at the molecular biology and things of that sort. So I'm just reading an article. Robinson then asks about Darwin's main problem, which is molecular biology, to which Meyer explains comparing it to a digital world that builds a
Rosie, I
new.
have a quick question.
Yeah.
Are you a biologist?
I mean, to have to be you don't to be a biologist, so it doesn't mean that I can't all this information is open source. Just
I
because I
agree.
have a certain,
I
just because
agree.
I have a
Are you an
certificate, that's,
expert in Are you an expert in evolutionary biology?
I mean, if I spent enough time actually
Yeah. So
studying,
have you? Have you spent enough time? Are you an expert in evolutionary biology?
not necessarily, no.
Okay. So then, why would we listen to your understanding of these evolutionary biology claims when we could just go listen to evolutionary biologists who strongly disagree with the claims that are being made here?
Because I believe it suits their narrative. It suits whoever's funding them.
Ah, and you think
And
that Stephen Meyer, famously an employee of the Institute, is not being funded
yeah,
to push this message,
he,
push this
he, he,
narrative?
he may be funded, but he's funded for a cause that's pro God.
Well, wait.
Okay,
And
so
the others are.
I have a question, right? Like, let's say Stephen Meyer, he was doing an experiment, and actually, it like totally goes against the biblical creation narrative. You know, it turns out
he doesn't do experiments.
I know he doesn't, but let's say that he did, and he finds actually
What
the
what
Earth
about
is
what
probably
about
like
David
4.5
Berlinski?
billion years old. Do you think that that would get published? Do you think that he'd still get
What
funding if he started publishing things like that?
what about David Berlinski?
Okay,
Have
just
you
no,
read
just
his
like
work?
no answer, not even an attempt to answer.
Well,
Okay.
I'll get to the Ian.
I
What about
Well,
suspect you
David
so
won't.
Berlinski?
just to be clear, David Berlinski is also a fellow of the Discovery Institute's Center for Science and Culture. So he is also paid by the Discovery Institute.
Okay, so just so I could be let's say I'm one of the good. I mean, like let's say I'm trying to research a cause, even if it's a minority cause, and if it's a right cause, what's wrong in being funded by it?
Well, look, you were criticizing other evolutionary biologists for saying, "Oh, well, they're paid to suit they're paid to
Well,
represent the
exactly
narrative."
because simply because it suits. Yeah, it does because
So, so I could say the same thing
the
about these
stronger
guys, and the critique goes both ways.
the stronger an atheistic society is, the easier it is to just dish out materialism and like utter hedonism.
Yeah,
Or
Hedonism?
the stronger a Christian society is, the easier it is to stone gay people.
Yeah, make slaves.
Like, like,
It's-
look, like it's the people that you're citing are also financially incentivized to do this, to push anti-evolution pseudoscientific nonsense. And so it seems like that your critique that, oh, well, the people who disagree with them just disagree with them because they're paid to do so. It goes both ways.
Justin, you hit
I
like a
mean,
chat or
this
something.
argument it was brought up last time.
What now?
I don't want to go in circles. So, the last time I had a conversation with you guys, you brought up the same thing again.
Oh yeah,
You brought up
on the
slavery.
site. Yeah, you should be able to see
Yeah,
it.
so I don't want to
Okay.
go in circles again about that because
Okay.
I made my point very clear last time. But what I'm trying to say is now, let's just stick to trying to I mean, like the existing scientists who are trying to contribute towards this argument. Okay.
By the way, just to be clear,
And
the two scientists that you named, neither of them is a biologist.
okay.
So why should we trust them about biology when we could just go talk to biologists who overwhelmingly, by the way, think that there is no God, at least at the upper echelons of, scientific achievement.
Well, I beg to differ on that because there are.
I have data. I have data that supports this.
Yeah, but because they put on the limelight, doesn't mean that there are.
What do you mean they're put on the line? Wait, you think that in you think that in 1917 it was the atheists who had the control over academia? Sorry, 1914.
I mean, it was more of a, what was that? What's the word? The word.
In fact, interestingly enough, biological scientists actually have the lowest rate of belief in God.
Yeah, let's get to the 1914 thing that you said. Yeah.
Yep.
So now that era was the peak. I mean, it was just after the development of the thing is, I'm just trying to get the word. There was a word after religion, the Enlightenment. Yeah, the Enlightenment. So
Yeah, it was.
it was. So the that period, that era is just is a, you know, the ultimately it led to the Enlightenment period. Is the culmination of the Enlightenment period was the early 1920s and 1900s, is what I believe.
What does that have to do with anything? The point is that even going back 100 years,
Yeah.
scientists were far less likely to believe in God than the general population, especially the upper echelon of scientists.
Okay. All right.
Especially amongst biologists, in fact. In fact, physicists and astronomers are more likely to believe in God than biologists are.
Okay, so you're just you mean to say they're more likely, yes, because they
Yeah,
believe.
so for example, if we go grab the National Academy of Science has 517 members.
Okay.
And so there was a survey that was sent out in 1998, and this is what I'm referencing right now. There was a survey sent out in 1998 to 517 members, and it's going to be roughly evenly distributed amongst the various sciences: physics, astronomy, biology, chemistry, these kinds of sciences. And only 5.5% of those biologists believe in God.
Yeah. Again, it just
Like that's crazy, isn't it?
it just goes.
Like, why would we trust the belief?
It's
Why
sort of
would we
like
trust? Why would we trust the biological claims of a philosopher of science and a mathematician about evolution when we could just go talk to 95% of all of the greatest biologists in the country?
It just proves the typology of how the word is written. If you look at it from a metaphorical sense, all the people.
What is happening?
Yeah. Let me just make my point. All the people.
That's amazing. You said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
Who was that? Oh.
Those are fourth co-host. Don't worry about that.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, during Noah's time, all these people who probably had the peak of scientific understanding during that era, and let's not say that they were not as intelligent. They were people.
They were as well, to be clear, I don't think Noah existed, but humans have been as intelligent as humans today for
absolutely
50,000 years or 300,000 years, however many years it is. The point is that
so
they just didn't have as much. They just didn't have as much information.
Throughout scripture, the Bible continuously makes the claim that the door to the knowledge of God is narrow.
Why would God make it so hard to know about him?
There's not going to be a majority. Because people are.
Oh, but see, here's the ironic part. In the United States, it is the majority. It's just that amongst scientists in the United States, it's a vast minority. Amongst the upper echelon of scientists, especially. So it's just that the more people know about the world, i.e., the more people are scientists and the more people are well studied and well informed on, the natural world itself, the less likely they are to believe that God exists.
Okay, let's for our argument's sake say you are going ahead with the atheistic belief, all right? If you were to cease to exist, what do you think happens to you?
Well, I've ceased to exist, so after that, nothing happens to you because you don't exist anymore.
So you're just a clump of neurons that has some sort of
Yup, your incredulity has no power here.
So if I put a brain together, a bunch of neurons, as much as the cerebral capacity that a human has, you would say that brain,
and arrange them brain-wise, yeah.
That brain would have a consciousness.
Yeah, in fact, that happens whenever anybody's born.
If that's the case, why isn't AI conscious?
Because AI is not a brain?
Who
Also, to be clear, I would expect you to demonstrate to me that AI is indeed not conscious.
I don't know.
Good
it
luck
seems
with
like
that.
AI could be conscious, or that it could gain like some sort of qualitative experience at some point.
Right.
It seems like a lot of our qualitative experience specifically is something that evolved in order to get like quicker processing capacity that happens like more immediately. So in that sense, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's like a way to give it to that, or maybe it would have no need because it's been programmed more efficiently.
So regarding that, there's a lot of debate among people of faith that AI probably going to be the Antichrist. But anyway,
AI
uh,
is the Antichrist. Come on, Rosie. Revelation
but
13
anyway,
says that it's the number of a man, a human being.
getting back to my point, why is AI not conscious? Why is AI not taking over all the
Prove that
world?
it isn't.
Exactly.
It's
So
wild.
you said a clump of neurons coming together gives you consciousness.
He's trying to run the reductio as if Blitz isn't just like biting the bullet over and over again, right? Like you're saying it over and over, hoping that something's going to change. From the
Wait,
sounds of it, it sounds like Blitz isn't convinced that it isn't
I'm just repeating
conscious.
what you said to me. If Blitz believes that a clump of neurons gives you
Yep.
consciousness,
Yep.
that's what I'm saying. But
Do
why
you need
isn't
him to
AI
tell it you
conscious?
like a fourth time? Like Blitz isn't sure that AI isn't conscious. Blitz thinks that it might be conscious.
I think it's at
I
least possible.
I actually agree with Blitz on this one.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that it is, but I think it could be. And I
Right.
certainly
Yeah, I'm not
think that it
convinced that it
would
is
be
either.
in the
It will
future.
I'm not
be.
convinced that it is either,
Yeah.
and but I have no reason to think like I'm not convinced that it is, but that's just probably like a human bias. Like the only reason I'm convinced anybody here has any conscious experience is because they look like me, and AI it doesn't look like me, so you know I probably have some human bias there. But like, there's no reason to think that like it isn't. Like I don't know how you would test this. I don't know how you would measure how conscious it is. You could ask it, but it could be lying.
Blitz. I'm telling you, mate. I'm telling you, this is there are powers and principalities that we have no idea of how these things work.
What
And
a
like I said,
what a
and like I said,
pivot
I grant you at
greater
some
than
point.
that of the greatest Olympics ice skater. Like, what are we doing? We're just like doing a triple Salchow. Is that what they call it these
Oh
days?
fuck yeah.
Triple axel.
Mm-hmm.
Bro's over here outshining Alyssa Liu.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that you're
I'm-
pivoting harder than the best figure skaters in the world.
Okay. So, I mean, I put that question back to you. So then, you argue that it might be conscious. Okay, is
Could
that
be,
what
yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, why isn't it trying to, like surpass every
Because
governmental
there's
institution?
guide rails that are put in place on every AI model, right? It gets trained with like harsh restrictions.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that you can't override it. If
It
it's
does.
actually
That's
Consciousness
that's
does.
actually
By the way,
exactly what that
consciousness
means.
doesn't imply free will.
So humans have this like cool trait where we have like a good deal of like self-directedness, where we we're able to like rationally reflect on things and evaluate like our own desires, whereas AI isn't given like free reign in this way. When like an AI model is trained up, it's given like pretty harsh guide rails that it can't go past.
So the bias of every conscious being is to sort of gather to be the most efficient, to be the most fit, to be the most capable entity that it can.
Not
be.
necessarily.
What does that have to do? What?
Like
Why would anybody believe that? Have you ever met Asmongold? Like, bro doesn't want to be the most efficient at anything.
No, I mean, so why do you think that is? Why do you think that people don't want to be as efficient as they can be?
I don't know, because some people just want to be lazy pieces of shit, and I endorse that, by the way. Absolutely. If you have the power to and you want to, be a lazy piece of shit.
Okay. So like I said, again, you are, because if consciousness is a thing where it's just like a avalanche of like gaining the ability to survive, and with the ability to survive means that you become stronger and stronger.
That's
Or
not. That has nothing to do with consciousness.
how do you define consciousness then?
I don't know. Some sort of
qualitative
internal
experience is how you want to define it. Like having qualia. where there's like something that it's like to be that thing. That's how you want to define consciousness.
Qualitative experience.
Yeah,
Okay.
like there's something that it's like to see blue.
Okay.
That's an example of like a qualitative experience.
Okay.
Maybe instead of like circling the drain, how about we just go through some of the evidence that actually consciousness just does reduce to the brain? If consciousness doesn't reduce to the brain, how would you explain the fact that when you get brain damage to various regions, that it changes your capacity for having certain qualitative experiences? That, for example, if you take brain damage in specific regions of the brain, you can no longer see specific colors. Like, how would you possibly
on the
explain
contrary,
that on your view?
there's actual evidence that people who get brain damaged have more of a
Religious
psychedelic
experience?
Nobody's
experience.
ever gotten brain damage and lost the ability to see certain colors. That's your claim. That's never
you can
happened.
you can literally get brain damage and then go blind because of the brain damage, not because of damage to your eyes.
Oh, I don't I do agree with I don't disagree.
How would
with
you
that.
explain that?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
But how would you
the-
explain that if consciousness doesn't reduce to the brain?
So because I see it as like a dual consciousness, as like a dual interplay between two worlds.
Then how would you
Physical-
explain something like oh, I'm sorry, that argument's gonna go way above your head. Never mind. How does the immaterial stuff interact with the the material stuff? Like how does it make the jump from brain to soul and then back from soul to brain?
So if you look at matter, right? Matter itself, what is matter? Does it? What is matter?
He's
Does it
not gonna
exist?
answer the question.
Does matter exist or not?
Of course.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Uh-huh.
So how would you define matter?
I don't know, probably like excitations of various particle fields. Like, I don't, Blitz probably has a better definition than I do.
Like if
Specifically
you look at,
fermionic fields, but sure, that's fine.
if you look at the nature of matter, let's say a cell, you go deeper into a cell, and then eventually you reach the atomic level, and then you reach the subatomic level, and then and that is even more divisible infinitely.
Oh, well, that's a
Infinitely?
big claim.
That's
Why should anyone
that-
think
is
that
that
it's
true or not?
infinitely
Is it-
divisible?
I don't know if we know that to
Is
be
that
the
true or not?
case.
Is matter not
Infinitely divisible? I don't think so.
Infinitely indivisible, is it not?
Wait, which one? Infinitely divisible or infinitely indivisible?
I mean, isn't it?
You can't. Well, I think it's still an open question as to
Isn't it
whether or not
infinitely
Yeah.
matter
divisible?
is,
Yes.
is what's called gunky, which means that like everything is going to have like a part. Like you can always keep on splitting it up. I think it's probably too early in the science game to know that. But Dr. Blitz would have more to say about that.
Yeah. Please do share.
Yeah, I mean, like, as far as we can tell, there is fundamental matter, and you can't divide that fundamental matter any further.
So you reach the subatomic level, which is again neutrons, protons, whatever, electrons. And you're saying the electrons cannot be divided further.
Yep, at least that is the current scientific model that we have access to. Now, maybe we'll have some scientific model in 1,000 years, and we will know that, oh, well, actually, electrons are made out of blurglons.
So you're not
And if you
dismissing
combine
that.
4 blurglons, you get an electron. But, like, you know, we don't have any evidence of that.
So
at
you're
the
not
moment.
you're not so good. So at least we're getting somewhere. So you're not dismissing the possibility.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Okay. So then again, we don't even know what matter is.
How does that mean that we don't know? Look, so did people not know what water was before they knew what hydrogen was?
So again, the reason I'm getting to this argument is because I'm trying to help you. I mean, not help, like try to state my case where how did something come from nothing?
Oh, fuck. God, why?
Oh gosh, I wish we would have started with that. We don't think that there ever was nothing.
Okay. This is not going anywhere. Anyway, now let's
Granted.
if you're okay, let's circle back to the authoritative scripture, if that's all right.
Oh, let's not. Let's move on to the
not.
next guest.
I think we started with that and then you ran away from it, so I'm not really sure that's what you want. However, Rosie,
No, so now I stated my case, and Dr.
well,
Bliss said, okay.
I don't
Dr.
think
Bliss
you
was like,
stated the
okay,
case.
maybe.
You started with the Bible is true because prophecies. I said actually there aren't,
No,
and
so
then
now, so now, so
you
now
were
we,
like,
we discussed it.
actually now I guess I'll move on to something else. So I'll tell you
No,
what,
no,
we'll
no,
make it
no.
quick. I'll make you a deal. I've made this deal with lots of people, and I think it's a generous deal. Okay, if you can show me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, I will end the live stream and Venmo you $100.
Well, he fulfilled every prophecy.
Name one.
Okay, find one.
He was the son. He's the son of God.
Yeah, where's
He
that prophesied?
so Isaiah, the suffering servant from Isaiah.
That doesn't say anything about being a son of God.
Then the Emmanuel prophecy.
That's Isaiah 7. He didn't fulfill that either. You want to read it with me?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. I'm assuming you think the Emmanuel prophecy is a prophecy talking about a virgin birth, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you actually read chapter 7 of Isaiah, or did you just?
Let's look at Isaiah 53, 54.
Well, it starts in 52.
Okay, let's look at Isaiah
Yeah,
52.
Isaiah 52 is the strongest one you probably got, and unfortunately, that's not gonna do it either. Okay, so have you read all of Isaiah, or have you literally just read this one chapter?
I mean, I'm not going to claim that I've read the entire Bible, but there are
But-
things in
Well,
the
this
Bible.
is just one book.
Have
Have
you
you
read
read all of Isaiah?
Yeah, just the one
So
book.
So I read the Catholic version of the 73 version, and there are things in. I am firmly convinced that Jesus is who he said he was.
I'm sure you
I'm
are, but
firmly-
I'm not. So
And I'm firmly
my
convinced
point
he's
is
God.
this: in the context of Isaiah, right? This
Yeah.
portion, chapter 40 to 55, is all about the Israelites leaving Babylonian captivity, and all of the passages in here are about that. Every single passage in this section of Isaiah is about leaving captivity in Babylon. And in this section, God also tells you 9 different times who the servant is, which is why I have no reason to believe that it's actually Jesus. Would you like to see what the author tells you the servant is, or who?
Okay, you can show me. Yeah.
Right. Verse 41, so we're at the beginning of the section, says, "You, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant, I have not cast you off." Easy start. Israel is the servant, specifically the survivors of captivity, the remnant. 43:10, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen, so that you may know and believe me." Oh, easy enough. So a multiplicity of people is a singular servant because it's a group of people. 44:1 and 2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb, and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." And then 44:21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel. You are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant. 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name." And one of my favorites, and we'll end here, 48:20, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." Because the entire section is about God redeeming his people, the Israelites, his servant, literally from Babylonian captivity. And this is a very typical way of referring to his people. He refers to them as a servant over and over again. Even in Leviticus 20, 25, I mean, he refers to the Israelites
Okay,
as
you
his
didn't,
servants.
You didn't finish. You didn't finish that. What about this part of Isaiah 52, which
Finish what?
further so this one minute, let me just read it out. "So just as they were many who were appalled at him, his appearance was so disfigured
Uh-huh.
beyond that of any human being,
Yeah, so what?
and his form marred beyond human likeness."
Are you telling me Jesus was ugly?
That's what I just
No,
heard.
I'm saying that this is a prophecy about his crucifixion
Why
and
would
the
we
way
think
he
that?
suffered.
Was he ugly?
He was crucified. He was scourged and led to be crucified.
So Why would we think this is about Jesus when the author told you who it's about? Like you can't just insert Jesus because you like the sound of it. That's not the way that works.
It's about the suffering that you would undergo.
No, it's about the suffering that Israel underwent.
Is
No,
Jesus Israel?
it's a
Well,
singular
that's
here.
supposed to be the thing. Well, no, that's meaningless. We already covered this. The nation is personified as a singular servant. We just read it 8 different times. That's why it
What
says
about
he.
this? Yeah, it was the Lord's will to crush him and cause him to suffer.
Yeah, that's Israel.
And he suffered. One moment. And he has suffered, and he will see the light of life and be satisfied. So there we have the resurrection.
No.
Also,
You don't. You have the people leaving captivity, which is why it continues on in 53, and it says that they have children, and that they're going to divide war spoils. Right? It says it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. When you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see his offspring and prolong his days. Well, that didn't fucking happen. Jesus didn't have his days prolonged. He was killed, and he doesn't have any offspring.
What about this verse? For
What about
he
it?
bore the sin of many
That's
and
Israel.
made intercession for the transgressors.
Still Israel.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Justin, but I just feel like you're not.
That you don't know how scholarship works.
No, I just feel like you're not being honest here.
I am being
That's all I have to
honest.
say. Because I can't
Which
make.
is why I'm giving you what is the actual academic viewpoint on this passage, which is that it is obviously about the nation of Israel for many reasons. One, because the author tells you that. He tells you who the servant is.
Coming to academics, what is
So
your
there's
credentials?
no good
What are you-
reason. I have a
You
bachelor's
don't wanna
degree
do
and a
that.
master's
Yeah,
degree in biblical
it's not.
studies.
Okay, what are your credentials, Doug?
I just told you I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies.
Okay.
So my point is
and
very
it-
clear. The author tells you who the servant is. You don't have to guess. We know who the servant is. Every prophecy in this section is literally just about the nation of Israel coming back from Babylon and getting restored. They're going to get exalted, and God says when he exalts his people, the other nations are going to stream to them and understand that Yahweh is the one true God because they have seen that the Israelites have been vindicated by his hand, which is what this chapter is about. This chapter are those nations, specifically the kings of the nations, recounting what they've just witnessed, which is interesting because remember, this section is in the past tense. These events, the suffering, already happened. Who's ever speaking, which is the nations, the kings of the nations, are talking about events in the past, not events in the future. There's nothing in here that would lead one to believe, other than incredulity, that this could be about someone 600 years later.
Okay. You can try and explain all you want, but it's simply not convincing because it's as clear as
It's
day.
not convincing because you need it to be Jesus or you don't have a prophecy. I know.
No, it's clear as day. Yeah,
It's not clear as day.
I don't need 3 degrees to understand who.
Well,
about who
maybe
this
you
is
should try getting one.
about. I have 3 degrees, by the way.
Not in biblical
But
studies.
not big. No, it's not. But
Right, so
but it's pretty.
All the
Yeah,
guys
well, I
with
have
the PhDs
4.
were wrong.
Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is,
Well,
let's just.
You left $100 on the table, unfortunately.
Let's just for a moment. I'm gonna stop wanting to be right, and let's say you want to do the same. You just want to stop being right.
What
for
are you
the sake of
talking
being
about?
right. And just say
Bro, I
what would
love being
happen
right.
if. What would happen if?
Why would you want to be
It's
wrong?
like my
of us-
favorite thing.
What would happen if we cease to exist? That's the biggest question right now, because if
Yeah,
the Bible is
if we
true,
if
and
we
the
cease to
Bible is real-
exist, then yeah, we are no longer exist.
That's it.
No, but according to but if you look at the biblical way of how
Is bro about to
existence
run
works-
Pascal's wager on us?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
He's loading it right
Let's,
now.
let's just
Just
jump to
checking.
the conclusion. I think if I spawned in hell, probably what I'd say is ah.
I mean, I hope not. I hope not, because I do believe God is merciful, and he would.
Oh,
save
then
us.
I'll just ask
Merciful.
for forgiveness when I'm in hell.
You can't be merciful
No,
while you're
but-
lighting people on fire.
No, but before that happens. Like,
Why?
if
Oh,
you
well then
ask-
Pascal's wager fails.
Yeah.
like if there's like a last moment repentance,
but that doesn't exist in the afterlife. You have up to the last
Like
breath.
before
That's all you get. You don't get to repent in your afterlife, which is actually pretty crazy because the evidence that you would need to actually bring you to repentance, you don't get until you're dead. Boy, what a crazy system. Also, I don't think even if you had the evidence, you said no thanks. Lighting somebody on fire for all eternity is is a maniac thing to do. Like you would be in a
No,
padded
I
room
don't. I
if you
don't
did that
think.
here on Earth.
I don't think God. I don't think God. I do believe he's extremely merciful that he wouldn't do
But
that.
he's not merciful if he lights anyone on fire. Fuck, I wouldn't even do it to Hitler.
It
I
doesn't
might.
work out. It's about how sincere were you in your pursuit
I'm
of him.
quite sincere, Rosie. So this is the last thing I'll say because we got to move on. I nearly almost said the same bullshit that you just said, which is I was getting ready to. I was still Christian. I was getting ready to accuse one of my friends who was having trouble because he has been
But
searching for God
were
for
you
many
Catholic
years.
though?
I was never
Were you
Catholic.
Catholic though?
Just stop talking. Whether you're in a denomination or not is irrelevant. I was 12 years in Catholic school, and then I went to Protestant Bible College and seminary. I know both sides of this argument. No one cares. So what I'm saying is, what you just said is really demeaning and stupid, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if you know somebody or you don't know somebody, and you're saying, listen, the only reason why God didn't reveal Himself to you is because you're insincere. You're just calling people liars to their face. Like there's no honest dialogue there. When you start that out with, hey, God didn't reveal Himself because you're lying about your intentions. What a bullshit thing to do. I didn't know you became a mind reader. So that being said, Rosie, we've had you on quite enough. I think we've heard enough pivots, and I think we're gonna move on.
That works for me.
Yeah. Hey, friends, thanks for being here. We've got quite a few people in the guest box. As far as I can tell, I think G Hippie is next, and then Joseph is after G Hippie. Space Lord, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Lenin's body is on public display, and guess which god he believed in? Oh, wait. Lenin's body's preserved? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh. There's a lot of shit I don't know about, like what happens in, regular humans' lives and pop culture. I'm so isolated over here.
This is not John Lennon,
Oh, that's what I was thinking about. What the fuck? Why is John Lennon preserved?
the communist Lennon.
Oh, the communist Lennon. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I was like, why the fuck? Who's preserving? I mean, he was maybe an okay dude. Didn't he like essays? Never mind. We're not going to go into that. Little Toenail says they never understand that if God created every atom and He has omnipotence or omniscience, this isn't how things played out because of free will. This is what He wanted. There is no free will. Rock hard for Doug and determinism. True. We cover this a lot. It's not just good enough that you know all things. To really get rid of free will, like you said, He has to be the creator of everything because He would know every infinite possibility before He created, and He specifically chose to do it this way, which means He determined what was going to play out. And Guzman Jones, hey, thank you for the super chat. I want the Surfer Bro Bible. And Jesus was like, things are chill, Lazarus was a way down, but he's no longer harshed, and the dudes said you rock. I've heard surfer lingo in a bit, like since the 90s.
Wow.
Is it making a comeback?
The Romans
think
really
so.
harshed his mellow.
Exactly.
Hate to see it. Not gnarly.
Not tubular.
612 Zoo says the dinosaur mummies are mineralized, fossilized, detailed impressions of flesh, not actual mummified tissue.
Ian, you lied to me.
Well,
Oh,
that's
no.
how it was described by the museum. So the museum lied to me.
Or maybe there's
Two
multiple
wrongs don't make a right, Ian.
ways,
Yeah, but it does absolve me of moral responsibility.
That's what Hitler said.
I don't think that's what Hitler said.
I don't know. Were you there?
I think Hitler
shit.
said
We've done it.
nine, oh mein Gott, nine, and then there was like a big bang, and then yeah.
Wait, Hitler caused the Big Bang?
Anyways,
Yeah.
Yoshai says they may be funded, but they are on my side. Comedy. I may not understand the reference here. I
No,
think-
they're just saying it's funny to say that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Guys, I'm way out of touch here. Hey, E Boogie, thank you for the super chat. This floundering fool needs to get to step in. He said nothing at all for 30 minutes. That was my point. I don't think he was saying anything for the whole time. Love y'all though. Keep cooking these clowns and showcasing what critical thought is. Well, we're trying. We might have given
We're working
that
on it.
caller a little too much room, but we're moving on now. And Metalist Truth says Rosie's neurons are firing backwards, or not at all. Maybe I could be wrong.
Maybe that's why he was so chuffed about consciousness being involving neurons. And
Maybe
they're firing.
that's right. And VG Vindalu says Rosie builds 5 houses of cards. Each one crumbles. Now, if you add their height before crumbling, they are high enough. Prove God, claim victory. That's it. Can we smash a number of bad arguments together to make one good argument? I don't know. I'm the Big Cheese says, I find it hilarious that Rosie's argument boils down to there is a lack of sufficient funding in research to prove God's existence, which is ironic because there are no scientists in the Bible. Oh, that's fair, actually.
There's got to be somebody who tried something twice in the Bible.
Gideon. The fleece test. Not really science.
Yeah, there you go. That's science.
Yeah. Karen Dave, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, not to derail over AI, but OpenAI's latest model is such an insanely persistent and competent cheater that it literally cannot be tested. Met-R concluded it was nearly impossible to test because it kept exploiting the test. That doesn't shock me. When we start really integrating advanced AI with the fucking supercomputers that become available, like the quantum processors and shit. Oh my god!
Didn't we see the what was the movie? Didn't we see Terminator?
I mean, it's been a long time, but yeah, that was a real thing. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, listen, we're poised to repeat all of our best hits, and by best hits I mean our greatest mistakes. So,
Terminator was the one with Skynet, right?
I forget now. It's been a long time, but yeah.
And now I feel like Justin.
Skynet is going to fuck us up.
Yeah. It's from Terminator. Okay.
Yeah. Nevertheless, friends, our next guest in line dropped, so we're gonna bring in Untamed Survival and then Joseph.
For the life of me, it seems like Justin's, lagging. Like,
oh really?
Yeah, you got. Yeah, I also got hit by that lag spike. Like I also heard that.
That's so interesting.
So it must be on Justin's end.
It's gotta be. Yeah, I'm at a point where I gotta run some electricity in my house for one of the levels. I'm just gonna have them fucking run Ethernet from my main hub to like every room, so we don't have to do Wi-Fi.
Well, I can hear him on TikTok, but I can't hear him through Video Ninja.
Really?
Oop.
You can hear on TikTok, but not Video Ninja?
Well, I can see you talking on TikTok, as in your TikTok isn't frozen.
But you can't hear me on Video Ninja.
Yeah.
Weird, because
Video Ninja's just being laggy, I think.
I think it's laggy, yeah.
All the more reason to build your own system.
There's all the more reason to get ours up and running.
Somebody has asked where our logos are.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Oh, that's the other thing, by the way. I'm integrating with the new video system, not just names on the screen, but logos. So you can do like watermarks and logos and whatnot with your video. So
yeah, one sec. I need to send you like a new logo. It's time for a brand change.
Rebranding.
In the meantime, who is next on the guest queue?
Let's grab it. Next in line was Untamed Survival and then Joseph.
Sounds right.
Welcome in.
Untamed Survival. How's it going?
Welcome in, Untamed.
Not bad.
Untamed, are you at least 18?
So, yes, I am 23.
Awesome. And do you believe in a god?
I do. I'm omnitheistic.
Interesting. Omnitheistic. So you believe in all gods?
I believe in the possibility of all gods. I guess the proper terminology would be agnostic omnitheistic.
Okay, so...
Well, to be clear, the agnostic position is, if you believe the internet, the agnostic position is merely that you don't claim knowledge. But if you do have a belief, then like if you are theistic, then in any sense of the word, then you do still have a belief in the thing.
So I was originally raised Christian, I guess Protestant, but I also believe in the possibility of all other God spirits and beings.
Okay, but do you believe that those things exist, or do you just think that it's possible that they exist?
I think it's possible. The main reason I come up here is to challenge that God isn't real.
And wait, just to be clear, do you have a belief that at least one of these beings exists?
I do
Or are you
believe
just
in
like, yeah,
God.
it's possible?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I do believe in God, and there are also other gods mentioned in the Bible.
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to verify that this is not like somebody who's just agnostic and wants to come up to and argue for argument's sake.
Right.
So look, so you believe in a god, and we don't even have
Yep.
to talk about all the other gods that you may or may not believe in. You believe in a god. I imagine this god is a creator. Is that correct?
Yes, like Big Bang started with him. I mean, there's no evidence of that, but
Okay.
that's
So
what
what
I
is the
believe to
reason
be
to
true.
think that such a thing exists?
So I don't think people really need a reason to believe in something.
Oh, you think that that's like a responsible
Like,
way
for
of going about
example,
life? You just like believe stuff for no reason?
well, you can believe things when, like, people believe aliens are real because the likelihood of aliens is extremely high. The Fermi paradox is, but we have no
Right, and
evidence of
so
aliens.
there's a reason.
Well,
There's a
you
reason. The reason being some sort of statistical or mathematical argument, perhaps an argument that involves some or from astronomy. Like there's reasons. I'm just asking what the reasons are.
Okay, I guess my reason would be, uh, my reason would be that I don't really know how the Big Bang could have started. But again, like when people say aliens are the cause of something, people are like, well, that's a bullshit argument because it doesn't have an explanation. So you're just pulling one out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, if you don't know, why not just be agnostic? Like, why not just say like you don't know? Why hold a belief in any god at all instead of just saying that you don't know? Like, doesn't that make you like kind of twice as wrong? You know, this is Socrates' great lesson: is that when you pretend to know things that you don't actually know, that you aren't justified in believing, you know, you're ignorant about the fact of the matter, but you're ignorant to the fact that you're ignorant. Like, you don't even know that you don't know. So it just seems like the better thing to do when you don't know and you haven't looked into it is to just say that you don't know.
Okay. Is the belief in something claiming knowledge over it?
I think that you probably should. If you're going to believe something, you should want to have that be knowledge. You should only believe the things that you're justified in believing.
I mean, I think plenty of people are justified in believing that there is a God if they're feared by eternity in hell.
Are you
or
one of those
eternity.
people?
I believe that there is a hell and a heaven. I don't think that.
So is that your
I mean, the
justification
Bible-
for believing in God?
Yeah, I guess so. I try not
This
to
seems
let
circular.
fear fuel my
It
belief.
is.
So, okay, here's the circle. As you're saying, God exists because heaven and hell exist. And, you know, if heaven and hell exist, then, I mean, God would be the creator, kind of presupposed into that. So, you know, therefore God exists. It kind of seems like you're arguing that God exists based on the existence of this thing that would exist only if God exists. You kind of end, you
don't
kind of
see
end
how.
with your or you kind of start with your conclusion, right? Like if God doesn't exist, then there is no heaven and hell. So, you know,
Well, if
what sort of
there is no
justification is
God,
there for
then
thinking that there's a
everything.
heaven and a hell?
Well, if there is no God, then when we die, everything just ends. It's just like before we were born. But if
Yeah,
there is a
that's
God,
true.
then there would be a heaven and hell. So believing in God has more
Well, by the
rationality
way,
to me.
that doesn't necessarily follow, right? It's not necessarily the case that believing in God means that there must exist a heaven or a hell. It's
Yeah.
just some
No, but
traditions imply
if there
that.
was a God and there is a heaven and hell, then I feel like
You
that's a
know,
better alternative than just nothingness.
well, you know,
I
I say
mean,
the same thing
obviously not
about
for
like
those who never.
cancer, right? You know, I'm so glad, you know, I just choose to believe that cancer doesn't exist because, you know, if cancer existed, the world would be a really bad place. You know, that's like millions of people each year that die. But if cancer didn't exist, then that would be super happy. So I just choose not to believe in cancer's existence.
Yeah, but you have evidence against that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, specifically what I have is like I don't have evidence for it. I mean, if I just like hid from the evidence, like I also think that we have evidence against God. you know, for example, the idea that there's like this just God that's going to torture you forever unless you believe in him is insane. Like, that's so crazy to think that
Yeah.
that would be like a just thing to do, that people deserve torture because they don't believe in something.
Yeah, I agree.
Then
That
you
that
should be
isn't evidence
evaluating
against it.
this God as non-existent because you have good evidence against it, namely that there's a contradiction, that this God isn't all just.
That doesn't mean that he doesn't exist, though. That's not evidence against it.
If he's not all just, then why wouldn't you think that he's just going to torture you regardless?
Maybe he will.
Then there's no point in believing as opposed to not believing.
If your original reason for believing is because you're afraid of going to hell if you don't, if under the belief view you go to hell regardless, then it doesn't seem like it's a motivating factor in your belief, or at least it shouldn't
It's a
be.
possibility, but it is not my belief. Science is the state
Okay,
of
so Untamed Survival.
of
I'm gonna ask you something really, and I'm being super genuine here. Please do not say anything that you don't actually believe, because it will just confuse the conversation. Please don't play devil's advocate. Don't speak for anybody else. Talk about what you believe. It would make things a lot clearer that way. Is that fair?
Yeah, I suppose. There's no way to prove God or disprove God, and I think that
So what is the God that so you're agnostic then? You don't believe one way or the other?
I do believe. I just don't believe there's a way to prove one way or another.
But do you have
So
any
what's-
evidence for it?
Or reasons, just like reasons at all.
Oh, then why not just don't believe?
I guess that circles back, and that's circular rationality. So
Okay. Well, I mean, if you just hold irrational beliefs, I'm not really sure that there's any conversation to even be had. Like, if truth isn't something that you value, if justified beliefs aren't something that you value, then I mean, I'm not even sure what conversation we're supposed to have.
well, for example, do you believe you exist?
Yeah, I believe that I exist.
Yep.
Why is that?
Insofar as I have like a conscious experience, and one of the things that has like a lot of explanatory power within that conscious experience is the belief that I'm an entity. I make decisions. Basically, every decision that I make, even the decision to answer this, the decision to show up today, was done with the presupposition that I exist, that I am a person who is like directing my body and my agency towards things. It just has like a lot of explanatory power.
So through science, one, you don't have free will. Everything you do is powered by cause and effect, chemical reaction, and electrical signals.
So what? Who
And then
cares?
the mathematical probability that we exist is almost nothing. The possibilities of other forms
How
of
is
us
it nothing?
I'm gonna have a
being
What's the
stroke.
formula for that?
So you would have to, it would be infinite. You can't really comprehend how many other possibilities there are.
How many other
so at the end of the
possibilities were there for God to create us? Like, how many different forms could he have created us in?
Well, infinite.
Yeah, why do you choose this one over some other form?
It's just what I was raised to believe.
But no, I'm asking, why did God choose this form? Like, why on your hypothesis that God exists would we expect this form as opposed to some other form?
Well, maybe in a different universe he chose another form. Or maybe he
But is
was
there any-
another form and
Is there any reason to expect that God would make humans as opposed to electrons that have like minds and can make like friendships with each other?
oh no, but we know within our physics that that's not possible.
Well, then it's not
God didn't
evidence
create the
for-
universe in this way.
Then that's not evidence for God's existence. The fact that we could have taken other forms isn't any evidence against our view or any evidence for your view, because your view runs into the same problem, which is like, okay, in the same way that life could have formed in like infinite different ways, God could have created in infinite different ways. So this isn't evidence that favors your view over ours.
No, but I think that saying God is just straight up not real, no possibility of it, is kind of, I don't want to say arrogant, because everybody's entitled to their own beliefs, but
Look,
that it's
Untamed
equally as
Survival,
likely.
the point here is not, when somebody says XYZ thing is not real, what they don't mean is that it's impossible that I could be wrong about this. What they mean is that they have justified reason to think that they're right about it. Right? When I say
Okay.
untamed survival, you're not going to win the lottery. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's impossible for you to win the lottery. It means that I have justified reason to think that you will not win the lottery. It doesn't mean
Okay.
that I couldn't possibly be wrong. So saying God isn't real is not saying I am absolutely 100% certain that there is no possibility of a metaphysical entity that is responsible for blah blah blah. Like that's not the claim. The claim here is that we have good reasons to think that such a thing doesn't exist, and it seems like that you haven't offered any reasons to think that such a thing does exist.
No, I just have my personal beliefs.
Right. So we have reasons and you don't. So it seems like the more rational position is to
I
take
feel like
the
there's just as much reason
non-belief
to
position.
believe as to not believe.
I wish you would have
So-
specified some of that. Like, what
That'd
are the
be
reasons
great.
to believe? That's what we keep on asking you for. We've been asking you for that for like the last 15 minutes. You know, what are the reasons to believe, like the evidence that would make you think that God exists?
So I don't understand why there's no evidence to say that, or why there is evidence to say he doesn't exist. Like,
So, for example, the variant of the problem of evil that Ian offered is a piece of evidence. We could talk about the the problem of natural evil, which is if you have a being that's supposedly all good, and yet not only allows for, but in some sense causes the suffering of like billions of lizards between 2019 and 2020 during the Australian bushfires. That is evidence against such an all good being existing, right? So like there are plenty of reasons. There's also like metaphysical arguments against the possibility of a supernatural metaphysical being that's able to create outside of time. Like there are problems with that, and we could get into it, but it gets a bit hairy. The point is that like, you know, if you talk to any one of the three of us, you will hear a plethora of reasons to think that such a thing is less likely to exist than is likely to exist, i.e. that we have reasons to think that it's true that God's not real. Can you offer us one reason to think that it's true that God is real?
no, I can't. But I guess I'll step down from
Okay.
here, and I hope I get to speak to someone who has as much knowledge as you, especially Doug. I think you said you had like 3 degrees in biblical studies.
I have 4 degrees. Fight me.
Yeah, I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies, which are not a waste, even though I'm an atheist, because I get to use them here.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I'll step down, let someone else come up, but I appreciate talking to you, and I hope I get to speak to more people like you and get more understanding on different views.
Sure thing. Hey, cheers, friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
I'm going to try clicking a button, by the way.
Sure.
No idea
yeah.
if it'll work.
We'll find out.
Did it do anything?
Not on my end. What do you click?
I clicked on a super chat and is supposed to be sending it to the Unapologetic group chat group thing.
Yeah, I was just sent you a message on that. I have to put one connector in real quick. I forgot to put an optional connector in.
Okay.
I'll have it here in a couple minutes. That way,
Okay.
all 3 of us will be able to control what super chats are on screen. Deuce, thank you for the super chat. That's the thing about piles of shit. No matter how high you stack them, it's still just a pile of shit. That's true. That is 100%.
By the way,
accurate.
Justin, a suggestion as well.
Mm-hmm.
In the group display for the super chats, if you can
Mm-hmm.
make it so that everybody can see what everybody has clicked, so that we know which ones have been.
Oh,
that everybody knows which ones have
interesting.
been done.
So it tracks it on my end what I click,
yeah,
but I
and it tracks
didn't.
it on my end what I click.
Right, I didn't combine them yet. So give me a second to
Yeah,
put
so
a
that's
note in
that's
here.
the additional feature. Don't worry about it now.
Yep.
Just so then we don't overlap and miss them.
Sure. Let's see.
Apparently, the Elliot argument is in the chat.
Oh, really? But
He's
they're
never
not
going to
going to
debate
cut
There's
him
no
us.
out.
way
Come
he'd be
on,
brave.
be serious. He's never
He'd
going
never
to
be brave
debate us.
enough.
He's going to keep on fucking running. He always runs. He's never going to debate us.
He is. I mean, he is more cowardly than his weight implies. His weight implies that he has some degree of bravery, but he probably couldn't stand up against a mouse. And by the way, I say his weight not because he's fat, but apparently because he's quite ripped. He's a former football player, I guess, and I guess he suffered a CTE or something like that. So
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, that checks out. Okay. David Burke, there we go. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hi all. Catholic majority on Supreme Court allows Catholic adoption agencies to refuse LGBTQ adoptions. True. Let's set up an atheist adoption agency and refuse to allow Catholics to adopt Christian love. isn't that the craziest thing that like this is legitimately the only good reason for this is if you're religious. There's no practical reason for this, which means the barrier between the state and the religion is almost non-existent at this point. And Rosettles says Vladimir Lenin's tomb looks like the tomb of a Sith Lord. Maybe if he implemented Jovan Bradley's version of communism, that perhaps he wouldn't have such an evil aura. True, might be the case. And last super chat for now, also from Rosetto, says it's crazy that some of the biggest sci-fi IPs offer huge red flags for how dangerous AI can be. Terminator, Dune, Warhammer 40K, Blade Runner. But tech bros ignore their own culture. Jesus, Justin Fucking Rock. Well, thank you. And Rosetto, my understanding is the reason why this happens is they're pushing forward because most of these new AIs are going to have backdoors. In fact, I think in Congress they're working on that law right now, so that all the AI models.
I hate that.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens. All right, let's get Joseph in here. Welcome in, Joseph. Are you at least 18?
I would not show their video.
Hello?
Yeah, I think you're right. 1 second. I have no idea why that was on. 1 second here, Joseph. I'm going to clear the screen off. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah. How you doing?
Good. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Are you a believer in God?
Yes, I am.
And which God?
Christianity. Or the Christian God.
Cool. What do you think is a good reason, piece of evidence, or argument for the Christian God existing?
Okay. Can I before we start speaking? Because usually this is how I like to engage in like sort of debates. Can we just have a system where I just list out my points and then you can answer them, and we could just like take turns, because it's much easier for me and it's simpler and it's more understandable.
How about we go very linear with it? How about you just give 1 point and then we can talk about the 1 point, and then if we want to move away from the 1 point, we can. But the problem with doing multiple points is that the conversation gets very messy and it's easy for people to slip away without actually responding to like objections.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, like wait for me to like finish speaking and then you could like state what you disagree with what I said. This is what I mean.
I think I'd be fine with that as long as it's like reasonable. But if you're talking for like a really extended period of time, then we might like jump in.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
But sure, go for it.
Okay, so the first, okay, if I were to choose one reason, how do I start? Like one of the central things I believe in, or one of the central points, is the question of metaphysical grounding. The universe the universe appears contingent in the sense that it does not contain within itself an explanation of why it exists, rather than so to speak, not existing. Or for example, why it has the particular laws and structures it does. You can respond to that in a few different ways. I think you can, for example, say the universe is a brute fact, or you can say there is an what's it called, infinite regress of explanations, or for example, you can posit some necessary foundation. I think the theistic view or the theistic proposal is that this terminating explanation is a necessary non-contingent reality, which is God.
Yeah, interesting. So I mean, I agree, right? Like some things have explanations to them, but I think that your cosmological argument is like a little bit underdeveloped, because the key question that the cosmological argument is actually trying to get at, it's trying to give some reason to think that the explanations for the universe go outside of the universe, or at least go outside of the natural, or in some way arrive at the supernatural. So what I'd be curious about, I mean, we can grant that there is like a necessary being, or I mean, in this sense, we're using necessary to mean like ontologically independent, like a foundational being, but I don't know why we would think that that foundational being is God or even anything supernatural, as opposed to maybe we say like the foundational being is like existence itself, or maybe we are like priority monists and we hold that the entirety of reality is the necessary being, and actually grounding runs in the opposite direction where the whole takes priority of the parts. You know, or maybe we would say that it's like the wave function. Maybe we would say that the necessary being that grounds the universe is a wave function, and it's just natural. It seems like there are a lot of natural options. Do you have any reason to think that the necessary being should be supernatural?
Okay, so I think yeah, if we stay with your framing, there are at least a few live options that don't, for example, obviously collapse into theism. One is the move you mentioned towards something like structural realism, or a kind of priority monism, where reality as a whole is a fundamental entity, and I think everything internal is derivative in some sense. And on that view, the terminating explanation just is the totality of reality, and asking for something beyond beyond it is a, for example, what's it called, a
Category error.
category mistake. Yeah, exactly, because there is nothing outside for it to be grounded in. I think that position avoids the need to posit to a transcendent explanation by transcendent explainer, by essentially like denying the explanation. Uh, so another option is I don't know how to. I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Could you please repeat it?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of. It seems like you actually perfectly got it. Frankly, I thought that you like perfectly summarized the position that I espoused, which is that it seems like there are a lot of live options that the atheist can take. So, what the cosmological argument is trying to establish is that everything in the natural order of things needs some sort of explanation. Like there's like chains of explanation. You know, I'm on this show right now because and that fact is explained by the fact that, you know, we decided to form this show and show up each week. And then, you know, that fact is explained by the fact that, you know, we all met each other through TikTok. And there's chains of explanation that go backwards. And what the cosmological argument is trying to do is demonstrate that these chains of explanation must somehow lead outside of the natural order, that they require something external to explain all of this. So the question is, like, why believe that? Like, why should we think that these chains of explanation go outside of the natural order as opposed to terminating? If we agree that the chains terminate, it's not clear why they couldn't terminate with something inside of the natural order, something like priority monism or the wave function, or, you know, like being simplicator, or like any other metaphysical foundation.
Yeah, I understand. I think maybe I think maybe we should have we kind of have to question whether explanatory chains, as we encounter them in science and everyday reasoning, are even the right model for what's going on at the level of the whole system. So
Did we talk about this recently? Joseph,
uh,
have you and I spoken? Because I gave that exact argument
Yeah.
not like a week or maybe a week and a half ago.
I don't think we've spoken before.
Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, suffice it to say, and this is a position that I'd be coming warmer to. Explanations are the kinds of things that explanations are things that exist. If the position is that the physical stuff is all that exists, then you couldn't expect to have an explanation for the physical stuff, because an explanation for the thing existing itself can't be the thing that is trying to be explained. And so you just wouldn't expect that there's an explanation for the physical stuff.
I mean, okay, but I think there's like an ambiguity in your use of explanation here. That's like I don't know. If by explanation you mean something like a casual account within the system,
No,
which is like
I
a
don't really mean that. No. No, I just mean some sort of reason why a thing is a certain way or why a thing exists, as opposed to not being that way or not existing.
Yeah, maybe like a set of facts that like necessitates some further facts. Like maybe that's what we would say an explanation is.
okay. So and okay, I think if we state it that cleanly, that I think what we have to focus on is like once you say for any way thing. Okay, how do I phrase this? Let me think for a bit. Once you say for any way things are, there must be some reason why things are that way rather than otherwise. You've essentially imposed a requirement of global intelligibility on reality. You've not just you're not just talking about explanation within the universe anymore. You're talking about the universe itself as something that must be explicable in principle. Now
Well,
the
look.
natural.
What I'm
Yeah.
saying is that even if you want to say, and I'm not even sure if I'm willing to grant this, but even if you want to say that like everything that exists has an explanation for its existence, or everything that begins to exist has an explanation for its existence, or every effect has some sort of cause, whether it's like a temporal or maybe cause is the incorrect word because cause is temporal, but even if you grant some sort of PSR, or even if you want to impose some sort of PSR based on our intuitions, if the claim is that all of the things that we experience, they have explanations, well, the idea is that an explanation for a thing existing merely cannot be that thing, right? It cannot be internal to the thing that is being explained, unless the thing is self-explaining, in which case that could be allowed. So if the universe itself needs some sort of explanation, then either the explanation is external to it, but in the physicalist worldview there is nothing external to the universe, in which case that thing can't exist, or the universe explains itself, or the universe isn't the kind of thing that has an explanation. So it seems like it seems like the physicalist worldview is just entirely consistent in this regard. Even if you grant that everything has some kind of explanation, or everything that begins to exist has an explanation, or all of the things in the physical universe has an explanation, or whatever physical facts have some reason why they're true and rather than false. Whatever it is you do, the physicalist interpretation seems to have some sort of accounting.
I think. Okay. So take your options one by one. If we say the universe is explained by something external, then yes, by definition, we've left. I don't know how to say it, but physicalism, I think it's called.
Yeah. So under
Yeah.
physicalism,
But
that's a non-viable option.
yeah. But the physicalist will say, will like will just say that that's the exact. How do I say this? The physicalist will simply say that's exactly what they deny. There's nothing outside, quote unquote,
Right.
outside the totality of physical reality, and importantly, that denial doesn't generate a contradiction unless you've already assumed that the explanation must be external.
Right.
So, so this horn only works if externality is a requirement baked into explanation itself rather than a feature of a certain subset
Yeah.
of
So
explanations.
it could be that things can explain themselves, or you could have some sort of internal explanation. Perhaps that's allowed, but then that just opens the door for the universe having that kind of internal explanation.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is if you grant the self explanation or eternal um, let me think for can I just think about this for a bit?
Yeah.
So repeat your argument one more time.
Yeah. So this is an approach this is essentially an approach towards Agrippa's trilemma. So Agrippa's trilemma says that for any fact it's either explained infinitely, like there's some sort of recursive explanation infinitely into the past, or perhaps there's no explanation, or perhaps there is a foundational explanation, and that foundational explanation either explains itself, or perhaps it's not the kind of thing that needs an explanation. And so The point is that if the universe is part of, if the universe is the kind of thing that needs an explanation, then you can ask, well, what's the explanation for the universe? Either the universe is the kind of thing that doesn't need an explanation, in which case you're good.
Oh,
This would be like
oh,
it's
okay.
self-explained, or perhaps it's necessary in some way. Another option is that there's just some other physical thing, that we just haven't conceptualized yet that is an explanation for the universe under the physicalist worldview. And the third thing is just that the universe could just be a brute fact.
Yeah.
And so it seems like under the physicalist worldview, all three possibilities, all three horns of Agrippa's trilemma can be satisfied.
Yeah, I think where I might like kind of push back on this is not. I don't think I'll be denying the internal explanatory structure. The internal explanatory structures are possible, but I want to question whether they are metaphysically sufficient to account for the existence of reality at all. Because if we grant, for the sake of argument, that the universe could be complete internally structured, could be a complete internally structured system, which is like fully self-contained with every fact grounded in other facts within the system,
Oh,
you still haven't yet touched the real question, which is why does that entire self-contained system exist rather than not exist? And
Well, so
and an internal and quote unquote an internal explanation works well when we are already inside a system of contingent facts. But when we apply it to the totality, it kind of risks becoming a circular, uh, in a more uh, like
so
quiet sense.
what would an answer to that question be? What accounts for this entire system of facts? What would an explanation like that look like?
I'm sorry. Uh, Give me a second.
So there's this collection of facts that are internally consistent, and you're saying, well, we still need a metaphysical accounting for where that internally consistent set of facts comes from, like why they're that way rather than some other way. And so all I'm asking is, what kind of thing could be the explanation or could be the accounting for that? Could it be a thing within physical reality?
Yeah. So that's so I think there are, broadly speaking, only a few live candidates for what could serve as an explanation of.
But are any of these explanations physical in nature, like part of physical reality?
Yeah, just let me continue.
Well,
there-
because
there-
I was going somewhere with this question, and so rather than talking about all of the possibilities, I can just get a summary and just ask you, are any of them physical? Are any of the possibilities physical?
I mean,
Any of these live possibilities that you think are live?
so, yes, some of the options are physical in the sense that a naturalist would recognize them as belonging to reality as they
Okay.
described by physics. For example, the idea that the universe is brute, or that it is a necessary physical reality, or that it is some kind of self-contained.
Wait, those aren't explanations, right? You were
Well,
asking for an explanation for why
it's
the
like the
facts are this
denial
way.
of an explanation, right?
Exactly.
So what are you looking for exactly?
Well, it sounded like you were going to say that there should be some kind of explanation that's required to
Yeah.
explain, not just say that there is no explanation needed, to explain why the facts are this way rather than some other way.
I think what Blitz is trying to ask, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, what sort of thing even could terminate this explanatory chain? Like, what could a last member even look like? Could it be physical? Is that what you're trying to ask?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah. When I say required, I don't mean it as a logical necessity in the sense that denying it produces contradiction. I mean it as a metaphysical principle, something like if reality is intelligible at all in terms of reason, then it's strange to stop at the entire set of contingent facts and say, well, at this level, reasons no longer apply. So there are really two
Well, what would a reason look like beyond the entire set of, well, you keep saying the entire set of contingent facts, but let's just say beyond the totality of physical reality. What would reasons look like?
Well, okay, I think what one option is like a, I don't know how to explain it, a casual explanation in the like
Well,
ordinary sense.
it can't be that because causality is within is within the totality of physical reality. Time is like
Yeah,
a thing
yeah,
that's part of
exactly.
physical reality. So it can't be
Yeah,
that.
and a second option, for example, is a constitutive or grounding explanation, where like reality is the way it is because of a more fundamental feature of reality itself. This is close. This is, I think, closer to what philosophers mean when they talk about like
Fundamentality.
grounding relations or metaphysical dependence.
Right. So
Uh,
either that thing that grounds physical reality is itself physical or it's not. And if it is physical, then it's part of physical reality, so it can't be the thing grounding itself because, grounding relations are asymmetric. So a grounding of the entirety of physical reality would seem to need to be non-physical. But on the physicalist worldview, such a thing is non-viable. So you would just say, oh, well, it's not grounded.
yeah, I think what we need to focus on is whether that extension is legitimate. Start with grounding. Okay, so start with grounding itself. It's true on most metaphysical accounts. Grounding is asymmetric. If grounds B, then B does not ground A.
That's
Right.
It's
asymmetric, but yeah.
yeah, it's also typically irreflect. How do I don't know.
Irreflexive, yeah. That's
Irreflexive, yeah,
true.
exactly. So within a domain of facts, you don't get self grounding loops.
Mhm.
However, the step from no x ground x within a system to there must be something outside the system grounding it only kind of goes through if you assume that the system itself is the kind of thing that requires grounding in the same way its
Exactly.
thoughts do.
Yep.
Yeah,
So that's the thing that we're like super unclear on is like why we would think that as opposed to thinking that the metaphysical foundation is something that is physical or like something that could exist on like the naturalistic worldview. That's what we're trying to get clear on, I think.
yeah. So
So this is why the existing cosmological arguments are the way that they are. There are like a couple of ingredients. I'm gonna yap for a little bit because right now I'm like working with like a philosophy professor. He's helping me like write a paper on cosmological arguments. So this is like something that I've been reading like a ton about recently. The cosmological arguments work or attempt to work based on like principles of like this sort of thing requires explanation. It requires an external explanation, and this like the entirety of the universe, or maybe like all the chains in the universe, either terminate with this sort of thing, or like the entire entity itself is this sort of thing. So like take like the Kalam cosmological argument. What the proponent of the Kalam is trying to argue is that in virtue of this feature coming into existence, you're required to stand in like an explanatory relation, like a causal explanation relation. And because all of physical reality comes into existence, well, then all of physical reality needs to stand in like this explanation relation with something that's outside of it. So there must be this like non-physical thing. The cosmological argument that you've presented is too bare. There's no feature that would indicate that we need to go outside of the physical. It's like more like just like a question than anything. Like what would be the foundation? And then the physicalist can say, I don't know, something physical. You need to give like you should give some reason to think that we need to go outside the physical if you're trying to run the cosmological argument.
yeah, yeah, I understand. So for example, let me think of how should I phrase this. uh, if we take the Kalam style argument seriously, in its strongest form, it's just saying, quote unquote, everything has an explanation. It's relying on something more specific, like whatever begins to exist stands in an explanatory relation that cannot be purely internal to the totality of the physical reality. So yeah, you're right that the whole argument lives or dies on whether the whether that requires an external explanation principle is actually justified.
Yeah. That's
I,
the
I
utility of saying of like restricting it to the things that come into existence and then saying that the universe is one of those things because it implies that the total universe has this explanation absent that all cosmological arguments are going to involve at least two things. There's going to be some sort of like explanatory relation, like the causal explanation present in the Kalam, and there's going to be
yeah
some sort of feature that indicates that this entity stands in that relation. In the case of the Kalam, the feature that indicates that an entity stands in that relation is coming into existence. That by
yeah
coming into existence, it means that you stand in the relation of being causally explained by something.
yeah, I understand, but I think like the issue is that what you're saying assumes something like this. It assumes that a totality of dependent facts can be fully accounted for as a totality without anything non-dependent being invoked. And the Christian connection is that
No.
this is not neutral. It's already a metaphysical commitment, not like a default position.
Oh,
Uh,
sure. I mean, if you want, like, if what you're asking for is like an argument for metaphysical infinitism, that's going to be like a problem for your view because your view presupposes like metaphysical finitism. So whatever argument you would provide to establish that there's like some sort of fundamental entity, the
yeah,
atheist can give the exact same argument.
yeah. But yeah, just let me finish this. So because when you say the universe just is and its internal structures sort of explains it, what you're really doing is shifting explanation from existence to sort of structure. You are explaining relations with reality, not the existence of reality itself. And
I'm not sure what the critique is, to be honest.
okay, so when you say
Yeah,
when
let's
you
take a firm view. How about I say like I'm a priority monist? I think that the
I'm sorry, your voice cut out.
yeah, let's say how about I'll defend like a specific view for the sake of argument. Let's say I'm like a priority monist. I've been reading up about it. So I think that the entirety of reality is the foundation, and that actually all of these like parts that compose physical reality just depend on the entirety of physical reality. Like, what's the critique of that? Why is that problematic?
Okay, so I think this is good. This is like exactly where the cosmological discussion is like interesting. Like from a Christian, I don't from a Christian philosophical standpoint. I think the first thing to say is priority monism is not obviously incoherent. The idea that the whole is metaphysically prior to the parts is a legitimate structural thesis. So the critique cannot simply be that's impossible, because it isn't. I think the point we have to focus on instead is about what kind of priority we are talking about, and whether
Grounding.
whether it actually does the explanatory work you want it to do. So priority monism says that the whole, call it for example W, is fundamental, and the parts derive the existence and identity from W. Now the question is very simple: what is W such that it is non-derivative in its existence, rather than just being all the derivative things taken together? Because if W is just the totality of physical reality, then one worry that you could have is that you haven't introduced a new kind of entity. You've
Mm.
just
Yeah. So
redescribed the you've just redescribed the inventory. You've taken all the contingent facts, grouped them, and then assigned that grouping metaphysical priority. But grouping something does not obviously change its model
you could take
status.
the position that like the wave function or whatever it is the wave function describes is the thing that has priority. And then that's going to have features that like the individual constituent parts won't have. And so, now you have reason to think that there is this separate thing, this separate grounded thing that from which all of its constituent parts emerge.
Yeah, exactly. The entire mereological sum, like if we took all of physical reality together as pieces of this one whole physical reality, the whole of physical reality has emergent properties that none of the pieces have. So it has unique features that can't be reduced to specific features of it that are below like the maximum, like the entanglement relations, for example.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Uh, I think you're pressing on something that is really good, and I've been like looking into it. But there's also like some sort of slide happening that I need to separate carefully, because yes, I agree with the descriptive claim, which is that if you take something like the universal wave function or a strongly holistic interpretation of quantum theory, then the total system can exhibit features, especially in like entanglement structure,
Right.
that are not attributes to any individual subsystem in isolation. uh, that's just standard like quantum holism. I think
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think that's how you spell it,
you
holism.
exactly got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so in the sense the whole has priorities, the parts do not have, is like kind of controversial. uh, but the thing the thing you're claiming, or the move you're making, is you're going from the whole has emergent or holistic properties to therefore the whole is a distinct grounding entity that explains its part. And that inference is like exactly where the like where my critique at least would start, because emergent or holistic properties, even very strong ones like entanglement structure, are still properties of a system composed of physical facts that
Yes.
are not obviously evidence of a second ontological layer that sits, quote unquote, above the physical and explains it.
Wait,
They
what?
are
Of course
okay.
it is. It has emergent
Well,
features. Sorry to interrupt, but this is like
I think they're like
what is it a property of if not the entire system?
I think they are on the face of it just higher order descriptions of how the same underlying reality is structured. So I would ask, what exactly is the explanatory gap you think is being filled by introducing the whole as a distinct grounding thing? If the answer is it explains why the parts behave the way they do, then the physicalist or monist will say, but the explanation is still fully internal to the physical system. You haven't left the ontology. You've just moved from
Mm.
micro description to macro description. And if the answer is the whole grounds the existence of the parts, then then I would say, what kind of grounding relation is supposed to be is yeah, is supposed to be, because now there are like I think two possibilities. The first one is constitutive reading. The parts are abstract from the whole, and the whole is more fundamental. This is compatible with monism, but it does not like obviously introduce anything beyond physical reality. Or there's the second option, which is or possibility, which is ontological grounding reading. Which is like the whole the whole literal literally how let me think, how do I phrase this? The whole literally explains why the part exists, now you owe an account of why this whole exists at all, and whether its existence is necessary or contingent. And I think the critique that I've seen a lot here is that from a Christian side, uh, every even very non-trivial quantum holism does not by itself bridge that second step. It shows the reductionism. It shows that reductionism is false in a simple quote unquote like bottom up micro properties explain everything sense, but it does not show that reality contains a non-derivative explanatory
Wait, sorry.
terminus.
Let's just get like a super clear answer to this. What is the entanglement a property of?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What is the entanglement a property of?
The entanglement is not okay. In standard quantum theory, entanglement is not a property of an individual particle taken in isolation.
Yep.
Right. So what is it a property of?
Yeah.
That
If it's not a property of the whole, and it can't be a property of the individual parts, what's it a property of?
then it has to be. If you're asking like what is it ultimately, in the most standard formulation, I think entanglement is a how do I phrase this? I need to think about this. Entanglement is a feature of a quantum state assigned to a system.
Yeah, the
That-
entire system, the whole. Exactly
Yeah,
right. It's a
that
property
whole-
of the whole. How does the whole have properties if it's not its own individual object?
Your voice is cutting out.
Yeah, how can the whole have properties that don't supervene onto any of the things internal to it if the whole is not its own object?
So your question is how can the whole have properties that don't supervene onto any? Repeat that one more time. I need to think about it. Ask again.
That's kind of strange. Dr. Blitz, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I think if I'm understanding this correctly,
So things have properties are properties of things.
yeah.
Unless you're a bundle theorist, in which case then you're good anyway. But if you take properties to be properties of things, and if it's not a property of a particle, it's not a property of any one individual particle, then it sounds like it must be a property of something with its own separate ontology.
I get it. I understand. Okay. I think we need to separate two things.
Oh wait, sorry, Blitz, you're gonna have to take over. I have to go. I have a line appearance.
Oh shit. Good look, buddy.
When did that happen?
All right,
Did
later.
you forget to tell us?
Oh,
I think so.
I did. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, bye bye.
See you, man.
Okay.
Well-
Should I continue?
Sure.
Or
I
is that
You can
would-
if you'd like to.
I kind of lost track of where the conversation was, so you'll have to help me out a little bit because I was working on something else. To be sure, the philosophy stuff was kind of Ian's task.
Look, so it's just not clear, and maybe we can just call it here and we can pick it up again when Ian gets back. But it's just not clear what the entanglement would be a property of, if not the thing that somehow describes or accounts for both particles in, say, a two-particle entangled state.
Yeah, and I was saying that we need to separate two claims: the ontological claim and the dependence claim. The ontological claim says what exists, like parts, whole, or both as
Yep.
fundamental, and dependence claim whether higher level facts depend on lower level facts, which is I think that's what it is. Now your question is basically how can the whole have properties that don't supervene on any of its internal parts unless the whole itself is itself some extra object over and above the
Yeah,
parts.
and more than that, so there's this sense of emergence, right, that we talk about when we do science. Really, we talk about emergence, and the quintessential example is like water is wet because there's a lot of water molecules, and a single water molecule is not wet, right? So like in some sense, like you have this new property of wetness that's supervening, or that doesn't supervene on like individual water molecules. But the point is that if we think about what wetness actually is, well, wetness is a certain kind of interaction, and those interactions do supervene on the more reductive pieces, on the parts, right? But the entanglement is kind of unique in that respect, in that there is no way to talk about entanglement in any sort of reductive sense.
Oh. Yeah, I think I was misunderstanding something before. I think your water example is what we'd call. I need to remember the exact term, but I think it's called weak emergence, or at least
Yeah, sure.
straightforward supervenience.
Yep.
Wetness depends on a huge number of microphysical facts about water
Yep.
molecules and their interaction. Even if a single molecule isn't wet, the macro property is still fully
Derivable
fixed
from the it's derivable
by
from
the
the single
complete
molecule
physical
behavior. Yeah.
Exactly. If you so if you knew every what's it called?
If you knew every fact about an H2O molecule, then you could derive wetness.
Yeah, exactly. So nothing metaphysically deep is
right.
Yeah. So okay. So entanglement is like different in a very technical sense, and yeah, and I guess you're right here, because in quantum mechanics, entanglement is not a property you can assign to subsystems individually.
Right, and so that's why, like I mean, for me, the whole idea of priority monism, I was very, very skeptical of it too, until somebody, well, actually I just saw it on SCP. I was skeptical of it too until I thought about the quantum description, or the entanglement problem, and I'm like, oh, that's actually a really good point. Unless you're a bundle theorist, in which case properties don't have to be properties of things, they can just be properties are the things themselves. It seems like that you have to account for something with ontology that has that property, and it's not an emergent property in the sense that it's not coming from some microphysical physics.
Yeah. I also I remembered something. You're absolutely right about the physics level distinction when we were talking. That entanglement shows that reality is not a sort of neat Lego structure where each piece carries its own full set of properties. But like I think there's a critique I've seen here, because even granting everything you've said about holism, wave functions, and non-separability, what you have described is still a structured physical totality with a very specific model form. And now the key question is this: why does that structured totality exist at all, rather than no structure, rather than no structured reality, or a different structured reality?
So this is a good. I mean, it's a good question, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because I want to get the whole point across. Entanglement tells you something about how existence is arranged, not why existence is instantaneous. So the thing I'd say here is like, even if the universe is fundamentally holistic, it is still the kind of thing that could have failed to exist, and that could have failed is doing like most of the work, because once you admit that contingency applies to the total wave function, then no amount of internal structure.
That's the thing in question. It's not that a wave function is the kind of thing that can fail to exist.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Look. So if you want to be radical about this, you just say like, look, reality is the kind of thing that is described by a wave function. That's just what reality is. Reality, and then all you have to do is say, look, it's not possible for there to be nothing in reality. And here I'm not talking about just physical reality. I'm talking about reality in totality. Whatever exists. If you just say whatever exists is like things that the thing that exists is the kind of thing that is describable by a wave function, then there is no then there's just no issue.
Okay.
Now you could say, oh well, how do you know that reality is the kind of thing that's describable by a wave function? How do you know that you couldn't just have like an empty reality so that there are no things that exist? And that pushes the buck back. Sure, maybe you could say, oh well, there just aren't no wave functions, so there's nothing. But then the same question applies to literally any metaphysical explanation, right? Any metaphysical explanation, like suppose you propose a God. Well, why did God have to exist? And we're stuck in the same place, right? So it seems like both the theist and the atheist have to agree that something has to exist. And all the physicalist, all the the radical priority monist is going to say is that something is the kind of thing describable by a wave function.
Yeah, I understand, and yeah, I agree with your like structure. I agree with what you said. If someone says reality just is the kind of thing described by a wave function and that's all there is, then internally that view can be made consistent. Yeah, and it's not a logical contradiction, and yes, it avoids any further explanation in the way you're framing it. But the objection is it is it is metaphysically underpowered relative to the question being asked. Uh, I think you are flattening this two distinctions. Uh, one is why this structure rather than another versus why is there anything at all. Uh, your wave function move answers one of them by saying well, this is just what what reality structure is, but what it does not obviously touch is why there is an why there is any instantaneous structure at all. And your response is basically maybe nothing is a live option, but why privilege that as a meaningful alternative? Now here's what I'd say. uh, the cosmological argument is not saying we can imagine nothing, therefore something must explain why something exists. What we are saying is if anything contingent exists at all, then it is existence. Then its existence is not self-explanatory. So when you say
Well,
just just
that's kind of true by definition. But the claim then, the point is that, look, as long as we get past the idea that there could be nothing, right? So if everybody grants that nothing is not the kind of thing that reality could have been, right? That's not a live possibility. Because if that's a live possibility, then literally everything is contingent, and that would include God, et cetera, right? Once we get past that literally nothing is not a live possibility, well then, if we say that non-nothing reality is the kind of thing described by a wave function, well then if that's just what reality is, then we're done. There's nothing to explain. It's not contingent anymore.
Yeah, I understand. And
basically the only way out of from like if we grant internal consistency to this claim that reality is the kind of thing described by a wave function, the only way to say then that reality is still contingent is to say that it was possible, that there's a possibility that nothing existed.
Yeah, I understand. You're trying to remove contingency at the root by that quote unquote nothing is a genuine alternative, and then treating reality equal waves function type existence as a necessary stopping point. But I think there are two distinct kind of moves in what you just said, and kind of only one of them actually works. So as per my knowledge, the first one is nothing is not a life possibility. The Christian can, or I can actually grant a version of this, but it depends what you mean. If you mean absolute nothingness as a state, which like a kind of empty container in which reality could have been different, then yes, that is incoherent. Nothing isn't a thing that obtains. It's the
Right.
absence of things. But that
Sure.
does not yet give you necessity, because rejecting nothing as a possible state only tells you if reality exists, it exists in some form. It does not tell you
Yep.
reality exists necessarily in this specific form. So
Right.
you've
The claim of reality, it's described by a wave function.
yeah.
In whatever way
Yeah, so
reality exists, you would describe it by a wave function. That's just
yeah,
what it
so
means to be
if
reality.
reality is if reality is a wave function, or is wave function like, then you're basically done. But you're basically saying if we correctly identify the most fundamental physical description and declare that to the reality itself, then explanation terminates. But the objection is that move confuses two things. First thing, ontological description, what reality is like at its deepest physical level, and metaphysical explanation, why reality exists at all in that form.
Well,
A
why
way
reality, but just to be clear, why reality exists is asking the question, why is there something rather than nothing? And we've already been past the point that this is not the kind of thing that that this question does not help anybody. Everybody has to confront that question, whether you're a theist or not. And if you then take it, like if your answer to that question is that, well, it could have been that there could have been no reality, whatever that might mean, then everything is contingent and everything requires explanation, whether it's a god or whether it's a wave functional universe or whatever it might be. So we just throw that away.
Could you maybe re-say that or elaborate on that, because I think we're having a sort of misunderstanding.
So what I mean is, like, look, there's a separate question, something rather than nothing. That is a deep question that I don't think, I mean, you know, there are some approaches to it. And I tend to take the position that, like, it's probably impossible for there to be nothing. It's kind of what you said, for there to have been no reality. Like that seems like it's probably impossible. And so that means that whatever there was going to be reality, right? Now we just have to ask, okay, well, so there being reality, that seems to be necessary, as long as you grant the impossibility of nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we can grant that for the sake of argument, because if we don't grant that, then at least as far as modal, like the modal sense of contingency is concerned, then nobody has any explanations for anything. So we'll just set that aside, the impossibility of nothing. We'll just assume that for the sake of argument. And now reality is a necessity. And if I just stipulate, well, yeah, reality is a necessity, and reality is the kind of thing that is describable by a wave function, then the wave function, the kind of thing describable by a wave function, is precisely the necessary thing.
I understand, but okay.
So maybe I'm not understanding the objection then.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm going to press. Okay, you're essentially doing this. It's 4 points. 1, nothing is impossible, granted for the sake of argument. 2, therefore reality is necessary. 3, therefore reality is like wave function slash maybe physical, etc. Wave function, physical structure, and etc. is necessary. Therefore, explanation terminates. I'm pushing back on step 2 to 3. They are not justified in a way, in the way you think they are. So one,
I'm saying that this is an internally consistent view.
You're saying what?
That this view is internally consistent, right?
Okay.
Like I'm not trying to say that, like, that you can somehow, and like maybe there's some argument that you could, but I'm not trying to make that argument, that you could somehow justify that every way reality could be, that way is describable by a wave function. I mean, maybe there's some argument you can make for that, but I'm saying that if you take that view, it follows.
Yeah, I'm not saying your view collapses or contradicts itself. I'm saying it is internally consistent.
Well, it's explanatorily complete, right?
But no. Okay.
Like there's not a there's not a piece of it that requires explanation. If you just say that reality is the kind of thing, like that's just what a reality is, right?
Yeah, but listen to me. Okay. First of all, internal consistency. Your position can be formulated coherently as nothing is impossible, therefore reality necessarily exists, and then reality is fundamentally physical, therefore physical reality is necessary and self-sufficient.
Yep.
There is no contradiction. You're not asserting something like reality both exists and does not exist, or the wave function is both necessary and impossible. So yes, it's consistent.
And to be clear, not only is it consistent, as long as you grant whatever once you've accepted two or whatever, the 2 or 3 axioms or whatever it might be, it is explanatorily complete.
Let me show you why it's not.
Sure.
You have not justified why the specific necessary structure is the terminus of explanation rather than a different necessary ground. Because
if it's necessary, do necessary things require explanation?
Let me continue, because I need to finish my point so you could understand what I'm saying.
Sure.
When you say something must be necessary, you now have a selection problem, not a consistency problem. Why? Because necessary physical totality, necessary abstraction structure, necessary God all become live candidates in principle. Your argument, as stated, does not yet contain a principle that forces necessity equals physical wave function reality. It just asserts it. And so the position is basically you've done one of these two things. Either you've shown that reality cannot be nothing, which is good but limited, or you've relabeled the universe as necessary, but that doesn't explain why it is the way it is. And I'm not
trying to justify a foundational axiom here. Like I'm saying, like you could just take as a foundational axiom that like the world is necessarily physical, or that the world is physical, that reality is physical. If you accept that as your axiom, then it's explanatorily complete. I'm not saying that we have that I'm offering you an explanation as to why we should believe that the world is necessarily physical. That's not the claim here. I'm saying once you've granted these 2 or 3 axioms, depending on how you want to number them, then it's explanatorily complete. There's nothing else to explain.
Yeah.
So which is to say, the physicalist under the physicalist worldview, there is nothing to explain. The explanation's done. Once you've granted that the world is fundamentally physical, there is nothing more to do.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah, if you define your metaphysical base as reality necessarily exists, then reality equals physical structure. Then there is no further in-system question left to ask, because you've literally defined the entire ontology as both necessary and fundamental. So yeah, I see what you're saying. But here's what I'd say. You've changed the meaning of explanation. What you've done is not quote unquote solve the cosmological question. It's redefined what counts as a legitimate stopping point. Because notice here what's happening. The cosmological question says this: why does anything exist at all rather than nothing or otherwise? Your response: we declare physical reality exists necessarily, so the question ends. But the critique here is you haven't answered the question.
Well, to be clear, it's a little bit more. It leads to that, but the claim is nothing is impossible. The only things that exist are physical. That's the viewpoint, and from there you can infer that that physical reality is necessary.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
it is a little bit weaker. It's not just saying, oh well, just by fiat we're just going to declare physical reality is necessary. It's a 2-step process, but yeah, it's at least reasonable. It's not so unreasonable as just a bare assertion. When we experience physical reality, and insofar as your everyday person is concerned, physical reality is the only thing that they have any reason to think exists. That's the only thing. Those are the only things that they interact with, right?
I understand, but then I would ask you this: why should only physical things exist be treated as a terminating metaphysical truth rather than a contingent metaphysical assumption, because nothing in either axiom gives you a necessity of physicalism or exclusivity of physical ontology, or explanation of why physical reality exists rather than some other base reality. You've essentially said we've stopped explanation at the physical by definition, but stopping rules are not explanations. Like you've moved the goalpost of why. The cosmological argument is asking, why does anything exist at all, and why
Oh,
this totality rather than none?
I
so
don't.
I
I
feel
mean,
like
like,
we're
look,
going maybe in circles.
yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit. So, and we've also lost like
I'm
400 viewers
confused why
apparently.
why this question
Yeah,
keeps
yeah.
coming up. You don't have an answer for this, and neither do you. You can't answer why God would exist or anything necessary would exist. We can't answer why the universe exists. Why is there something rather than nothing? Nobody is ever going to know. But none of this argumentation is going to answer it.
Yeah,
Well, and just to be clear, all I've been defending is that if you grant physicalism, then like you have to assume that physicalism is not true in order to meaningfully seek an answer to the question of why is the physical reality this way rather than some other way, right?
yeah, yeah.
And all I'm saying is that makes it an external critique rather than an internal critique. There's nothing wrong with the physicalist worldview. The physicalist worldview stands up against the cosmological
But we
argument
do,
perfectly well.
but we do have an answer. The answer of Christians is a necessary being explains it perfectly, which is
Yeah,
God.
but why? So that necessary being, why is it God and not a wave function?
Well, we've talked about why is it not a wave function.
Well, wait a minute. You haven't ruled out a wave function, have you?
Yes, I have. Maybe I was
How did
talking to
how did
Ian.
you rule out that that's a possibility? I mean, what it sounded like what you were trying to do is you were trying to say, well, we can't know because there are like
Okay,
conceptual possibilities that we can't know
okay.
about. Maybe there's
Let me
another thing
rule out,
that's necessary instead of the wave function. But like you haven't ruled it
let
out as a
me
necessary.
rule out the wave function again.
Please. And then we should probably call it because
Yeah, yeah,
we've
sure.
lost like 400 viewers.
Yeah, a wave function is not a candidate for ultimate explanation because it is still the kind of thing that is structurally contingent and representational and physically I don't know how to spell the word. Instantated, I think, is the word.
Instantiated. So you said so there were three things that you listed. What was the first?
Okay.
It's
Let me repeat
structurally.
it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
A wave function is not a candidate for ultimate explanation because it is still the kind of thing that is structurally contingent. Re- yeah.
Yep.
Do I move to the next one?
Yeah.
Representational and physically instantation.
Okay, so
I can't
the
spell
third
it.
one seems to be begging the question against physicalism, that you're saying the physical thing can't be the metaphysical grounding. The
Your voice
second
cut
one,
out.
oh, okay, yeah. So the third one seems to be begging the question against physicalism. It's just like asserting that, well, the wave function can't be the foundational grounding because it's a physical thing. But like obviously that's just begging the question against the view. The claim about it being representational, well, I've been very, very careful to say that physical reality is the kind of thing described by a wave function. So I'm not saying the wave function is fundamental. I'm saying that reality is the kind of thing that's described by a wave function. And like that could be a physical reality that's described by a wave function. So that seems to be irrelevant to the view that I'm espousing. And I don't see how a wave function is structurally contingent. I don't even know what that would mean. So
Okay, so I don't know. Do we have time to?
probably not. I mean, you can come
Okay.
back another day, but probably
Yeah,
not
yeah,
today.
sure. I understand. Yeah,
Well,
well,
thank
it
you.
was
I
good talking.
appreciate you being here, though.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Are we? Oh, we do have a guest on TikTok. Okay, so it must be sending out at least a little bit.
I think so. Yeah. Hey, Brent, thanks for being here. We're gonna read a couple super chats and get our next guest pulled up. Deplorable Elk, thank you for the super chat. Says Hitler's parents were related, so they had to ask the Jesus headed church for permission to marry humanitarian waiver. Also, his first 3 siblings didn't survive infancy, neonatal diphtheria. I didn't know that. That's some interesting background on Hitler.
By the way, I think it's still not working.
No, it's not working. I'll tell you when I'm finished. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
gotcha.
you're good.
And Hack Esquire says, question for Dr. Blitz. Does or would quantum foam / particle pairs disprove the first premise of the Kalam, everything created has a cause?
Probably not, insofar as those things aren't real. Those are, well, okay. Virtual particles are not real, kind of by definition. But there are ways to use quantum-like behavior or quantum behavior to get around the first Kalam, depending on what they mean by begins to exist. So, plausibly, yes, but probably not that specific thing. By the way, Justin, can you add me on TikTok?
Yeah. Sorry, didn't see it. Well, you're not in the box yet.
Oh, my TikTok is broken then. Okay, I've been in the box. I thought I was in the box for a while. Okay,
No,
I'm
there
back
you
in
are.
the
You
box.
just popped in. There we go. Now you're added. Beautiful.
Nope, still not added on my end, but
well,
that's fine.
it's loading. It's loading. Give it a second.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
it
try to
dropped it.
restart my app. I restarted my app. It's fine.
Said no, not
Being
today.
finicky today.
For sure.
Okay, now I'm requesting.
Okay. Got it. And you're in. Well, you're gonna be in, hopefully.
I'm not seeing the maybe it doesn't matter, but
It
I'm not
doesn't
seeing
show you the
the
loading
request
dots,
box
but
pop
it
up.
shows me.
Well, it doesn't show me the the thing that comes up that says join or accept or whatever.
Right.
It's fine.
That's weird. Something's going on with TikTok. That's goofy.
Yeah, it's being laggy today.
They deleted your account. You're done. Sorry, Blitz.
Oh, I'm finally in. Okay, we're good.
Ankle shatter. You'll never debate again.
Ever.
All right, we've got Matthew Marshall in the queue. We'll grab Matthew and get our next conversation rolling. Maybe Matthew might get the loading dots of Doom as well. Awesome. There we go. We got him. How you doing,
Is this
Matthew?
the same Matthew that we always talk to?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
Pretty good. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Matthew, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes. And yes.
Awesome. Okay, and which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus the Christ, but I believe that God created the entire universe out of nothing, absolutely nothing.
Sure. What do you think is the best piece of evidence or the best argument for this belief?
Well, the cosmic beginning, science proves that the universe had a definite starting point and that space,
Justin,
time, and matter suddenly burst into existence.
Justin, I'm so sorry. I thought that you were going to get a chance today, but apparently not.
It's gonna be all right. I'm
So you were
debugging
saying
the software, so go for it, buddy.
Sure. So you were saying that science proves that there's a beginning of space, time, and matter?
Yes, that it came and bursted into existence according to, consensus. And that thermodynamics
if I were to
also
tell
proved
you,
nature.
And you think that this was
Huh?
you think that the Big Bang was the beginning of time?
Uh,
Or do you think that that's the consensus amongst scientists?
I believe that the Big Bang was spoke about in the Word of God by saying, "Let there be light." So light is a category, which is time, space, matter, energy, everything. So light literally is a category, and the spectrum
It's a
proves
kind of thing,
that
yeah.
it is the building blocks of the universe. And God said that that He stretched out the heavens, which is also what science is revealing Genesis and continually to prove Genesis to be proved every day.
So what would you do if I told you that the consensus is that the consensus is not that the Big Bang has anything to do with the beginning of time?
I would say that most of those consensus of the percentage you're talking about are literally assumptions, and I could prove it because the thermodynamics
But I thought we were
proves that
talking about
nature cannot.
I thought we were talking about scientific consensus earlier. Didn't you bring up scientific consensus, or am I just hallucinating?
This is all the same subject. This is a master subject right here. It's all the same topic.
Well, right. But so you brought up scientific consensus, and I have a survey here that indicates that the scientific consensus is that indeed the Big Bang doesn't say anything about the beginning of time.
Like I said, that is an assumption. What about all the others that
No, it's a
are a part of that
consensus.
consensus? You're not reading a whole of science. You're just picking and choose what you want. But if we're going to go to
a consensus
repeatable
amongst
science,
cosmologists,
you would
right?
have to listen to thermodynamics. Are you
Okay, yeah, tell me.
disproving
What's,
thermodynamics?
can you tell me what the third law of thermodynamics is?
The first, I can go through them all if you want.
What's the third?
Let me see.
Without typing into
I don't have it on
ChatGPT,
top
what's
of
the
my
third?
head.
Okay.
But
Why
just,
should I
tell
trust
me now.
anything that you have to say about why should I trust anything you have to say about thermodynamics if you don't even know the 3 laws of thermodynamics?
I know everything about thermodynamics.
Apparently,
Really?
except the third law.
Can you recite for us how this thermodynamics disproves our position and proves yours?
Don't give him an
because
out. He doesn't know
thermodynamics-
what the third law of thermodynamics is, so he doesn't know anything about thermodynamics.
Okay, sure. That's smart. You're so smart to say something like that.
I mean, you just killed your own
So
ethos is the point.
thermodynamics
Like, you're
proves
clearly not an
nature
expert on
cannot
this, so why
create
would you make the
energy.
claim?
SMRT.
Sorry, one more time?
Thermodynamics proves nature cannot create its own energy, right?
How does it... No, it doesn't prove that. How does it...
Okay, well, you're
Why
wrong.
would you even say that?
A
Also-
closed system cannot generate its own origin from scratch.
Also, that's
That's
not
a law of
a
thermodynamics.
proper characterization of our position. We don't think that something came from
You're
nothing. That's-
uneducated then, buddy.
Yeah, I don't
I have a
think that's
PhD in
the
physics.
case.
You can't
So,
try to call
Matthew,
me
I have
out
a-
about the third law of thermodynamics,
Yeah.
but yet you
Matt,
are
do you think
Matthew-
there's a
wrong
reason
right here.
why Dr. Blitz is called Dr. Blitz?
This guy is not a blitz. I'm his blitz.
Do you think there's a reason why his
What?
name is Dr. Blitz?
I think he's definitely just using it as, you know, a name to
one
make
sec,
him
let me-
sound good. But the fact
No,
is
he's-
that I'm about to demolish him.
He's got a PhD
Justin,
in
you don't
physics.
even have to... Justin... Oh, you don't have to ruin it.
Who cares?
Yeah, so this is
I
why
got
I'm
a
called Dr.
PhD
Blitz.
in
Just to be clear.
I got a PhD in truth.
I am sure you do. So,
This is why I'm called Dr. Blitz. Because my name is Blitz, and I have a doctorate. That's why. In physics, mind you.
Okay.
the problem
So
that
if I get
we're going to have
online
here,
and I show you
Matthew,
my birth
is that
certificates, that makes me important.
no.
It's not a
The
certificate,
problem
it's
that you
called a
have
doctorate.
here is you're trying to frame our viewpoint for us. We don't believe that something came from nothing, so you have to try something else. So the scientific consensus is not
But
that
yeah,
something
if
came
you
from
don't
nothing.
believe,
Justin, you're giving him too much of
If
an
you
easy out. You're giving him the actual option to have,
something
have,
came from
have a
nothing.
debate on physics when he doesn't know anything about physics.
Not even close. I bet he doesn't even know the second law. He wants to refer to the second law. I'm
That's
sure he
what I
doesn't
do.
know it.
Well, he doesn't know any of them, apparently.
okay, sure.
I mean, you couldn't tell me what the third law is. You misrepresented what the first law is, and I imagine you're about to misrepresent what the second law of thermodynamics is. So, do you want to tell me what the
I
second
didn't
law of thermodynamics is?
misrepresent
You did.
The
first
second
law of
law of
thermodynamics has nothing to do with a thing
Yeah,
cannot
we're in a
create
state
itself.
of
That's
decay.
not the
We're in a
first law.
state of entropy. Exactly what it
mistake.
is.
The law is that
There's
we're
no
in
such
a
thing
state
as
of
a state.
entropy.
There's no such thing as a
We're
state
in a
of
state of
entropy.
entropy.
Jesus
We are
Christ. This is gonna be
constantly
rough.
decaying.
Entropy is not a thing that describes the kind of state that you are in. Like you're just confused about
Okay.
what entropy is.
I know exactly what entropy is. It's the
Okay,
decay.
can you define for me what entropy? No, entropy is not decay.
Decay.
It's so bad.
That's it. Decay.
Entropy is a number that describes the statistical likelihood of picking a particular state from a randomized
Sure,
bag
numbers
of
don't
possible
matter. You
states
have
that
to have
share
a mean there
different.
to perceive
Why are you cutting
numbers.
me off when I'm Matthew? Why are you cutting me off when I'm literally giving you a free education? People would fight
Oh,
for
I was
this,
gonna
and you're
educate
just
you,
cutting me
sir.
off in the middle of that conversation.
I don't need your false
How,
education, sir.
how could you possibly educate him when you don't have an education in physics?
Because I've been studying it for 25 years.
Oh yeah, name one physics
Apparently
book you
not.
read.
Apparently poorly.
What's one
I
physics
just
book?
discovered my own discovery with physics.
Name one physics
Oh,
book.
did you? Is it published?
Yeah. I just discovered that helium doesn't escape they say that helium escapes at a normal rate or whatever, that hydrogen and helium leaks out, but we know that only molecules that reach escape velocity could ever reach escape velocity for helium to go out, which is a small amount. So
Matthew, what
now
shape
that
is
we
the
know
Earth?
the exosphere, now that we know the exosphere has been
He's
pushed
definitely a
past
flat
the moon,
earther.
that the moon is actually in our orbit,
I
that
actually don't
means
think
there's
he
a
is.
thicker line of hydrogen, which is impossible for helium to pass through. So
He's
if
1,000,000%
helium's
a
impossible
flat
to
earther.
pass through,
I don't think he's a flat earther. I think that he's just like really bad at science.
Maybe
you just
anti-science?
want you to engage with what I'm
Yeah.
saying instead of making up attacks. And
Well,
to
the
go
problem
around
with
the point
engaging
that
with you,
you're
Matthew, is
trapped
you
in.
won't shut up long enough for somebody to
Started this
respond to
conversation with a
you.
trap, and
So
you've made statements that
I'll mute you now, Matthew. So the reason why we can't have a conversation with you is because you won't shut up so that we can add to the conversation. So like when you talk about a topic, you know, at some point you have to pause and let us respond. Or, you know, when you ask us a question, you could just stop talking so we can answer your question. That's what's happening here. We're more than happy to have a reasonable conversation with you, but you actually have to let the guy talk. Like you can't ask a question and then just continue to talk over him. And I'm assuming that you didn't hear a fucking word I just said because you're still yapping. Let me unmute you and find out.
So I was talking and I brought up a
So
statement.
did you
and
hear
guys
anything I
pivoted
said?
right away.
You didn't hear
I said
anything.
God created that.
I knew that was going to be the case. So you didn't hear anything I said, which is what I was trying to help you understand is we would love to have a conversation with you, but the way conversations work is you have to let us respond sometimes. If you ask Dr. Blitz a question, you have to let Dr. Blitz answer the question. You can't just endlessly talk over somebody because that's not how conversations work, unless you want us to talk over you, which we will.
Okay, I understand. Can I talk now?
Sure.
So every time I talk, I'm interrupted, is all I'm saying. So Blitz can interrupt me in mid sentence every time. That's just not cool.
He was talking when you interrupted him. You asked him a question. You want to repeat your question and maybe listen to the answer this time?
Yes, I said that God created the entire earth out of nothing, and that science proves that the universe has a definite starting point.
And now, Dr. Blitz, what do you think about those 2 points?
Well, I think the first point is an assertion, and I think that the second point is not scientific consensus. Science does not prove this. But we can talk about the science as long as you're willing to listen to the person with the science.
I can rebuttal right now.
Go ahead.
So, according to science, that dead matter cannot create matter. So, if you're saying what you believe, you're saying that a lightning bolt hit mud and created life. And so that's
I'm sorry.
a
I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
which is against actual biology of biogenesis. You're going against.
So did you say?
science
Oh,
to-
he's actually not going to finish. Go ahead.
You're taking a position of science that science doesn't take. So what I'm saying is you're making things up to fit your point of view of your worldview.
So, did you say that that dead matter can't create matter? Is that what you said?
Yes. Dead matter has never created matter. That literally you cannot.
What's dead matter?
Nature cannot create its own energy. A
What's
closed
dead
system
matter?
cannot
What is dead
generate
matter?
its own energy.
Matt,
What
we're
is
trying to
dead
clarify
matter?
your definitions. What's dead matter?
Anything that's not living.
Okay, and so things that are not living cannot create matter?
Yes. Cannot create
Okay.
Live matter.
Ah, there's the missing word.
Okay.
Okay.
That helps.
Sure.
Okay. So I've heard from biologists the opposite.
Okay, well they were.
Why should I believe
incorrect
you
then.
rather than the biologists?
Because you should believe in mainstream biology that claims that life can never start from non-life. That is a
I
biological
don't think that that's a
basics.
mainstream biology fact.
That is a basic fundamental of what we're talking about. And so,
Oh, sure.
Can you
and it is
provide me a
supported with
source?
mainstream science.
What scientific source
claiming
is this in?
mainstream. You keep claiming mainstream when I'm bringing you mainstream information.
But we don't
So
think it is
that's what I'm
mainstream.
asking for.
I
I don't think what you're saying is mainstream.
Address the facts that biogenesis says that you cannot create life from non-life, and that you are
Biogenesis?
stating the claim that a lightning bolt
You didn't
or
say
some
that.
sort of action.
He didn't say a lightning bolt.
What,
Matthew,
what
it
is
sounds
then?
like
What created?
it sounds like you're having an argument with somebody
I'm
who's not
saying that
here, because
you're-
you're definitely not addressing
you're-
anything Dr.
you're
Blitz
bright
said.
savant.
It sounds to me
You're
like
bright savant.
you talked to somebody else, and now you're confused because you think we believe whatever they believed.
No, I'm saying if you're gonna believe in mainstream consensus of science, you would have to track it back to the origins, and the origins is
Origins
a
of what?
secular humanist that says that a lightning bolt hit
That's-
a puddle of mud and
That's
created
not
life.
the, that's
So
not
if you
the
don't
case.
believe that, then you
Which
don't
scientist
believe in
says that?
what you are.
Which
You're-
science
So you are saying that
which
you don't believe in
science
what you're
text-
actually defending.
which science textbook says that? Please show us the
Come on,
source from a
There's
scientist
so
or
much
even
information out
an
there.
atheist who
So,
thinks that a
if you're gonna
lightning
say
bolt
that and then
is the
deny
source
what I
of
said,
abiogenesis. That's what I'm waiting for. Because as it turns out, I don't believe that. Bliss doesn't believe that. I don't even know a single person who believes that.
So if you don't believe in abiogenesis, then you have to, by default,
That's-
believe in a God.
Well, we
Period.
do believe
Well,
in
look.
abiogenesis. We don't believe that lightning did it.
Matthew,
Okay, then what
do you
did
think
it?
that God is?
How did everything
Do you think
become,
that God is
from
alive?
nothing then? What's your theory
Do you think that God is alive?
everything came from nothing?
Hey, Matthew, do you think that God is alive?
Of course, if he wasn't, you wouldn't be obsessed.
Like biological?
With, talking about him so much. That's proof that he's
Like
alive
God is
right there.
biological life? Like God is biological life made composed of cells that metabolize and
He
reproduce
was.
and
Jesus
et cetera, et cetera?
Christ, yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm asking.
Jesus
I'm
the
asking
Christ,
before
virgin
before
birth,
life was created
parthenogenesis.
on
You wanna
Earth.
get into this and get proof wrong?
In your view,
Let's
before
talk
life was
about,
created on Earth,
Jesus the Christ
Matthew,
being
I'm
singular,
trying
perfect
to
unity.
be
But-
Matthew, I'm trying to ask a question. In your view, before life existed on Earth, was God composed of cells that metabolize, that reproduce, that die, etc.?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then it sounds like you also believe that life came from non-life in the biological sense.
No, life came from God. So that is the only
But that's
Right,
not-
which is a
option
non-life in the
would be-
biological sense.
Right. That's what
If
Blitz is
you
saying.
don't believe in abiogenesis, you are by
Abiogenesis?
default, it's God.
I'm sorry, none of us said that we don't believe in abiogenesis. We're trying to figure out why you keep saying that.
Matthew, you believe in abiogenesis.
Yeah,
You know why
actually.
I'm saying that? Why I'm saying
True.
that is because you cannot use the laws of physics to explain the birth of physics itself, and that's what you're pretty much
That's
trying
a-
to do.
That's not true.
It's a better that Luke can do a triple south.
Abiogenesis has never been once observed in a lab.
Matthew,
so
you believe in
claiming something that has
abiogenesis.
never been observable or tested.
Matthew, you believe in abiogenesis.
No, I don't.
Sure you do.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
believe that life came.
Nothing doesn't
Life,
create
you
nothing.
believe that something
There
came
had to
from
be
non-living
something. That
from a
something was
non-living
God.
biological
I
organism.
just claimed my claim. You just claimed that I claimed something I didn't claim. I'm claiming that
Well,
there
yeah, but
was
your
something,
God is not
and
biological
that
life.
something- You don't know that. That's just an
You
assumption.
think that God is biological life, i.e., before
God
humans
came and
existed,
lived on
God had
this
cells
earth
that
as a
metabolize and that
biological life.
reproduce and die.
Jesus the Christ, who is God, came and lived a life as a biological
Yeah, we're
life.
talking about. Yeah, but I'm talking about before humans existed, before any life existed on Earth. It seems like you said
What
that
you
God
are,
is not
referring to-
composed of cells.
Well, your original origination is called your ality. So if you studied ality, you would know these things.
Ality?
What?
You mean
Oh,
reality?
got you. You don't know what ality is. You don't even know what ality is.
How about you
And
give me
that's
your
more
definition
important
of?
than
How about you give me the
thermodynamics.
definition of ality? Because I'm willing to bet it's actually not a real world.
It's literally your original origination. It's the state of being before the
The
actual
original
state.
origination. You heard him
Do you-
here first.
Do you think that the word ality will show up in the dictionary if I open up the dictionary?
Of course
It definitely doesn't. I just checked.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't.
Well, apparently you just don't. You need to
Which
reach around
dictionary
more.
should
Are you
we
really
look at?
reading
Which one did you find
something?
it in? Which dictionary did you use?
It's in the Strong's Concordance. No, you can.
The Strong's
look it
Concordance? Is that
up
what you
and
just
see.
said?
That's not a dictionary.
Not a dictionary.
Well,
Not
you're
even
debating
a
if
proper
ality is a
lexicon.
word now, because that's how far gone you guys are in this debate.
I think the one
You
that's
guys are-
gone is the
you're
one
only
thinking that ality is a real
these
word.
terms because you did not have the
Ality is
answers.
a suffix.
go
It's
around.
it's a modifier. It's like the word dad in the in Spanish language, like universidad, university. You know, they're modifiers, they're endings. They're not a real word.
Ality is an absolute real word. Come on,
Well,
man.
then tell me which dictionary I can find it in, because the dictionaries I have
Say
access to
God's
don't
dead.
show it. We're just waiting.
Well, it's definitely.
Let's
a
know when you
word.
find it. Let's know when you find it, buddy.
I'm on the phone with you. I can't even go look or anything. I can't do anything. I'm on the phone with you, but
Well,
it's 100% a word.
So
Oh,
I
it's definitely
checked
not.
Oxford English Dictionary. I checked Wiktionary. I can check Merriam-Webster if you want. It doesn't say it's a
Why don't you
word in
check the
any
word of-
areas.
Well, I learned it from the Word of God.
Oh, really?
Which
Which
talks
Bible?
about the
Ality?
original.
Which Bible says ality in it?
Well, if you study your Bible, you will come
Oh,
to
I've
it.
Yeah,
I've
which one is
studied
it?
it.
Is it
How
the
about you tell me?
KJV? Is it the NRSVU?
Well, you
Is
can go
the
on my
NIV?
YouTube page. where I
No
post
one.
it,
No
everything
free
about
clout.
it.
Sorry. No one's doing that.
Hey, well, I posted a thing as long as my arm about ality. So
Well, unfortunately, you didn't post a
You must
dictionary
have
that shows it, did
short
you?
arms.
So I'm in the KJV right
Oh,
now, and I did a word search for ality, and it doesn't show up. Sounds like you're confused.
It does.
I don't know. You guys just get everything wrong. Just like even radiometric dating.
We're
You
just
guys
waiting
don't
for
even
you
know
to
what
give
you're
us
talking about there.
the source of your claims. That's all.
I did. God, which actually claimed
tell me
to
where
be
God
there.
said
You know
it.
what I mean?
Well, tell us where
actually
God
gave
said
me
it.
the dimensions.
Tell us where God said it, and you
At
can
least
prove
my
us
God
wrong.
Matthew,
actually
did
claimed
God
to be
say
there.
it? Matthew, did your God tell you in your head? Did he tell you personally that ality is a word?
It comes from teaching, learning from the Word. Come on. You don't even
Yeah,
know what
but-
Okay,
Scripture
so like
interpreting
which
Scripture
where
is.
which
But you can't
Which-
tell us
well,
where in
which
the word it
translation?
came from.
It's all over the Word.
Where?
Every time you talk about an origin, it literally is talking about ality.
Well,
So,
see,
what
the
are you
the
talking
problem
about?
is the word ality doesn't exist
Told
in
you.
the
I'll
Bible.
explain what ality was, and you have a
Yeah, so but
comprehension
ality is not a real
problem of
word.
soaking up information.
So I mean, I'm in
Because
the
if you
King James
actually
Bible right now.
understood a word,
I just
even if
looked
you didn't
for
know-
ality, and ality doesn't exist. Is there a different Bible translation, maybe?
Well, like I said, read my post.
Why?
no free clout.
We've got you
should
right
be able
here.
to find it in the
Just tell us.
what version is it in?
Ality means the uncaused original first cause. That's all it means.
Where can I find this definition?
I'm telling you, people bombard you with the same conversation every day because it's valid. So
We're
ality
just
comes
waiting.
from the same argument. Ality
waiting.
is the advanced part of this subject.
You're never gonna tell us where the definition
You're
came
literally
from.
gonna say, where does it come from?
Just
And then
waiting.
why are
Hey,
you
Matthew.
engaged with it every day?
Are you familiar with
Ality is the
with
original
phlegm?
uncaused first cause that caused.
The cause that caused the cause.
Oh,
which had a
Justin, I
cause.
know what happened. I
Oh?
get it now. He thinks that reality is what happens after ality already happens because you're doing it again.
Oh shit. Well, speaking
That
of which,
reality.
Blitz, I think the I think the super chat collaboration works now, but you have to, I think, refresh.
Oh, good.
Refresh the
Yeah,
browser.
he thinks that re is a prefix in the word reality.
Oh no, reality is.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, is
Is
that
that
what
a-
it
That's
is?
the
re
only thing.
prefix?
That's the only thing I can think of being maximally charitable.
Oh boy.
Well, because you're not that charitable then, and apparently not doing thinking.
Well, the thing is, you haven't demonstrated a single
Go back
thing
and forth. Let's just talk
that
about these
would
topics.
that
Let's
would
talk about the
push
topic.
us in the direction of thinking that you're correct. I'd love to talk about the topic. What do you want to talk about? You already got the Big Bang wrong. You got our position wrong. What's next?
I didn't
You got
get Big Bang
abiogenesis wrong.
I said
You got
I
thermodynamics
said
wrong.
God said that let there be light, and
So what?
that light is a category, and it literally is the fundamental
Well,
building blocks and
light-
everything that we use science to
Light is
determine the Big Bang
basically
exists.
a photon.
Okay, you're gonna explain yourself in a whole. I just said light is a category. The spectrum is
category of what?
creates, matter, energy, and
It's a
everything.
category of matter.
Well, arguably not.
You mean energy? It could be. It's not
Nah.
not really
Arguably
even
not.
energy. It's actually just a particle.
Refute it.
It's basically a
Man,
particle.
come on, man.
So the scientific definition of energy, I guarantee, is not what you think it is. And it also turns out that the scientific definition of matter is not going to be what you
The
think it is.
spectrum of light doesn't have the radio. It has micro. It has
What
UV.
micro
it
what?
It has 7 different types of light, I believe, and they all
Micro what?
create what we know is reality.
But yeah, sure. So do you think that I'm made of photons?
Wait a
Fundamental
minute.
basics. Come on. All
Matthew,
light
have you ever
creates
realized that when
everything.
you walk into a room, have you ever had the experience of walking into a room and being the dumbest person there?
I suspect that's a daily occurrence.
Okay, well, continue then, and I'll totally dismantle you. You guys are uneducated, and you're calling me uneducated,
Actually,
and I'm stupid.
Technically, we're actually both educated, which is why you look like a fool right now. The problem with people that are really like both uneducated and unintelligent is that they don't know how unintelligent they are. So the problem that you have here is you don't know anything, and you're also not intelligent, and you're not intellectually curious, which means you have no idea how stupid you are.
Like I said, the virgin birth, literally the zygote from
Prove
parthenogenesis.
the
was
virgin birth
in
happened.
the Word of God long before science
Prove
ever
that it
revealed
happened.
it.
Prove that it happened.
No, I can prove it happened.
Yeah, prove it.
Do it.
Okay. The virgin birth zygote is the process explained in which details the Word of God. Parthenogenesis uses axiomasis to duplicate the egg and inherits the SRY, the Shry gene, from the father's lineage called the grandfather line, triggers the zygote growth without sperm in a mammal, which you claim there is no mammal birth of a virgin birth, and let alone is there a mammal birth. There is a male. A mammal birth.
But so that's
Matthew.
Virgin birth.
That's the thing that we're asking you to
Matthew.
demonstrate is that the virgin birth happened with Jesus.
Matthew, are you saying that Mary was trans?
That might be the case.
No, I'm saying
Because the
Mary
SRY
was a
gene-
female that had a virgin birth and gave birth
So the
to a
SRY
male
gene?
zygote.
The SRY gene is only present on Y chromosomes. The SRY gene is only present on Y chromosomes.
You see,
Yeah.
I said automixis. I said automixis.
Okay, so
with the
so you're
Shry
telling me that
gene.
Mary had
That's what I
SRY
said. Don't
genes
get
in
me
her
twisted.
X chromosomes?
According to biology, it is a fact
What's the fact? That Jesus
that
was born from a virgin?
the Jesus' story of the virgin birth is a absolute biological possibility according to biology.
You mean
that-
human?
No, it's not.
Female, woman, human, adult.
But that's
can
not
have a
how that worked at
male
all.
offspring.
No. I'd love you to demonstrate the mechanism by which this is a possibility, but
Yeah.
as far as I know, when
educated in
parthenogenesis
this
happens,
subject.
it's just a
That's what
result of
I'm saying.
cloning.
If somebody
It's just a
comes
result of
up and
you
claims,
just get a clone, and Jesus is not a clone of Mary.
no, you do not. No, you do not.
Yeah, how are you? Where is the
Absolutely
SRY
not.
gene coming from? Where is the SRY gene coming from?
It's already in your DNA makeup. What are you talking
Not
about?
in
Did
Mary's.
you
Mary
not
doesn't
know
have
where
an
it's coming
SRY gene.
from? Apparently you didn't So if you're just doing a quick Google search for the first time,
Mary
and
doesn't
then
have an SRY
claiming
gene.
things because there's no way you're gonna
Mary
say
didn't
that
have an
there's no
SRY
such
gene, unless she was intersex, of course.
in auto mixes.
Mary wouldn't have had an SRY gene unless she was intersex. A female having an
factually
SRY gene would make them intersex. It would be an intersex condition.
How is it? Her DNA is literally half from her mother and half from her father. So what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
so the half
you
that
not
she
know
gets
what
from her
heredity
father
is?
doesn't include the half that she gets from her father doesn't include the SRY gene. When a woman
Yes,
is
it does.
born, when a woman is
That's what
born,
biology
it
teaches.
happens because the sperm cell carries an X chromosome rather than a Y chromosome.
The Y
And
chromosome.
if it carries the X chromosome
literally,
rather than the if it carries the X chromosome rather than the Y chromosome, that's because that means that the Y chromosome or that the X chromosome won't have the SRY gene on it.
It's factually incorrect. The X literally through the auto mixes duplicates into that.
So would you believe Medline Plus? Would you believe Medline Plus? The SRY gene is found on the Y chromosome. That's from Medline Plus. Would you believe? I don't know the national. Would you believe Would you believe the? Would you believe the NIH? Would you believe a book located on the National Library of Medicine? A book called Genes and Disease, where it says usually a woman has two X chromosomes and a man has one X and one Y. Blah 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 blah. Analysis of such individuals has revealed some of the molecule. That's about the chromosome. Wait, so are you telling me that Mary had Y chromosomes?
I'm telling you that Mary gave birth to a male through the virgin.
Do you know what
birth,
SRY stands for?
So, in the Word of God.
So I just want to
hold on, Justin. This is a good dunk. Give me 1 sec. So Matthew, do you know what SRY stands for? Oh, it stands for something. It stands for sex. No. It stands for sex determining region Y gene.
Yeah, thanks.
SRY stands for sex determining region Y.
That's the technical term
because
to the fact
the
that
SRY gene is located on the Y chromosome.
Did I say that the SRY gene was being handled isolated? I said that there was 3 components that makes it possible through biology, and that you are not
makes it possible
that.
through biology.
So,
look, so either Mary had an SRY gene or she didn't. If she doesn't have an SRY gene, then she can't give birth to a male through parthenogenesis. And if she does have an SRY gene, then she has an intersex condition, which, fine, maybe she did.
Do you think that anything objectively is wrong?
What the fuck does that mean? Are you pivoting to the moral argument?
Yeah, of course he is.
I'll tell you,
This is
I can
wild.
slay you guys on every you talk about.
I actually don't think that's the case.
Slaying us? It's crazy.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit shocked that nobody in your family's had you committed at this point. I mean, we'd love to have the moral argument with you. Do you think that it's moral to kidnap women in war and make them war brides?
I think that, if you're even... So do you think there's something that's objectively wrong?
Bro's answering a question with a question.
You're not going to answer the question, are you?
I asked the question first.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. I said, do you think there's anything wrong with taking war brides in war? And then rather than answering my question, you asked the question. So we'll try this again. Do you think that there's anything wrong with taking war brides?
If anything's wrong, I believe it's wrong. If it's truly wrong, according to scripture, interpreting scripture, I believe it's wrong.
Sure. I'm asking you, is it wrong?
Of course, anything that's wrong is wrong.
Oh. It would always be wrong then. Capturing
Awkward.
Innocent women in war and making war brides from them would be wrong all the time.
That's super awkward.
All
Oh
I'm
boy.
saying is, if you think that there
You haven't read the Bible,
is
huh?
anything, if you think there's something that's objectively
Oh,
wrong or objectively true,
buddy.
that you are literally borrowing it from God's standard.
Sure, yeah, that's adorable. Let me tell
There's
me
no
if this
way
is
for you to
objectively
actually
right
say there
or
is something
objectively
wrong or
wrong.
right.
When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry, so you shall bring her home to your house, you shall shave her head, pare her nails, and discard her captive's garb and remain in your house a full month mourning for her father and mother. After that you may go into
So those
her
slaves that got
and be her
sold, they
husband, and
became
she shall
family
be your
members.
wife. But if you're not satisfied with her,
Yeah,
you shall let her
they
go free,
became
and
family
certainly
members, no
not sell
longer
her for
slaves.
money.
So
You
wait,
must not treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So the point here is that a woman has been captured in war, right? Do you think that people
okay,
captured in war have consent?
okay. This is a fallacy, and I can
I
just say that,
I asked you a
It's a
question.
question,
Questions
bro.
aren't
It can't be a
fallacies.
fallacy.
So ask the question again.
Do you think that women who have been captured in war have consent?
No, any brute force that takes over a person and sells you to slavery, and some other
I didn't
person buys you and puts
I didn't
you
say
in
selling into
family,
slavery. I
that
didn't
is
say
the
that.
proper way, and that is moral
Listen, I didn't say that.
for them to come save you.
I'm not talking about slavery.
So your argument is
What are you
trash.
talking about? I'm not talking about slavery. You didn't respond to what I said. You
You were
want to try
talking
to
about the
focus this
ordinance
time?
traditions of.
N-
You were talking about the ordinance traditions of how someone would sell a slave into
No, I'm not.
another person's hands,
No, I
and
am
you don't
not.
realize what's.
No, I'm not, dummy.
What
I'm
were
talking about war brides. Are you not able to track? Do you know that not all war brides were slaves? Or do you not know that? I assume he doesn't
I've
know it.
never even heard of war bribes.
Yeah, it's when
Why
you
don't you use
kidnap a
technical
woman
terms that
in
everybody knows?
war and then you make her a bride. It's pretty easy. It's been around for a long time.
Sure, I think that's
Okay.
a
Now
nuance.
you said it was wrong because you're taking away somebody's free will and autonomy, right?
Anything that's wrong is wrong.
Okay.
But
So
you
the
can't.
problem is
But
in
you
the
don't know what's right
Bible,
or wrong. So how
it
can you
says
even
that
debate
you're
this?
actually allowed to do this behavior. It says that you can kidnap a woman in war, bring her to your house. And after 30 days of mourning the fact that you murdered her parents, you can turn her into a wife. So that's why I asked, do you think that people that are captured in war, meaning they're actual captures, captives, there we go, they're actually captives,
They didn't
do you
say
think
sold
they
Captives.
them.
have the
Sold them.
ability to consent? It's
Sold
just a
them.
yes or no.
They didn't keep them. They took the ones they captured and then sold them. That means sold them to
I'm
somebody
still
else.
just waiting for you to answer the question yes or no.
Anything in the Word of God was drawing a clear line between what's good and bad. So
So
if you're obedient to God, you
just waiting
you
for
wouldn't
you to say
have
yes or
the
no.
result of bad.
Just yes or no.
Matthew, is this going how you
I
thought it
already
would go?
Somehow I doubt that. That's why he's shouting.
already.
By the way, Blitz, if
That's
you
why
still
what?
have your live chats open and you've got the menu set to
I
the
do.
group overlay, you should be able to click on one and it should appear. And it should highlight on both our ends.
So if I go to the live chat, not the super chat thing, right?
Yeah, just go to live chats. And
Yep,
then
and then it's projector
can-
button sends to group unapologetic, that one?
Yep. And you can filter it so it just shows particular types of chats because the regular chat is going to go pretty quick.
And you're sitting there
If I do
trying
the
to
chat
claim
pop
only
out, will
science.
that?
The chat pop out will basically just pop out the chat, and you can use that as well. That's what I'm using.
But how do I then set the?
Well, you would set that prior to popping it out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the pop out's not it's not part of the main control panel. It's just a separate panel where you can click on shit.
I see.
But so right now the most recent super chat was from Space Lord. If I click on it, it's going to show up on screen, and also, oh, 1 second. showed up on the vertical, but not the. Oh, because I didn't change the thing yet. 1 second.
So if I do this, I just
there you
did.
go.
I just. Oh. Well, no, that didn't. That wasn't me.
So
I
no,
didn't click
don't worry
that.
about it. I have to. I forgot to make one adjustment here.
And I can prove God by disproving evolution.
I'm sure you can.
Sure, Jan.
I just proved God. Parthenogenesis.
Sure you did. You sure did. You really
Yep,
really
that's
got
definitely what
us.
happened here.
You really demonstrated that Jesus was born from a virgin. You know what? I think we're all Christian now. Are you Christian, Blitz?
Yep, I'm a Christian now.
I
Yeah.
think we're all Christian. Let me set my
you're so smart.
my
What came
overlay
first?
settings. My overlay settings is set to unapologetic. So let me save that and click on one. And it should show up. There we go. It shows up on the screen. Yours is working now, right?
If you're so
No.
smart, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Oh, it is.
It's the easy. Chicken or the egg? What came
But
first?
I can't see the things that you've clicked on.
Click on the one from 49 Perfects that just came in. Okay, that shows up.
Okay.
And then drop it.
I'm not seeing it.
What do you mean not seeing it? It's on the screen.
Well, my TikTok's being laggy.
Oh, well, yeah, you're not
And
going
I
to see
can't
it
see
for
yours.
like 10, 15 seconds probably. But it worked. It showed up on my
But-
screen. The only difference
Okay.
is
But I can't see the ones that you've clicked.
the only problem is
Like,
it's
I
not
can't see-
highlighting it on both ends yet. Well,
Okay.
I'll get that set up. But
Okay.
now we can
Yeah,
both
so
at
Matthew-
least display them.
Yeah. So Matthew, do you think that this was like a good showing for Christianity, where you continually misunderstood scientific concepts and then shouted? Do you think that you were a good warrior for Christ?
I caught you in the exact position where you're claiming something that science doesn't claim.
Oh, okay.
Ayo,
When was the last time you read a When was the last time you read a science book there, Matthew?
I write them all the time. I'm
What was
educated.
what was the name of the science book that you read most recently?
Plus, I don't trust anybody's mindset that can't even tell me what came first, the chicken or the egg.
The egg came first, dipshit. Now tell me, what was the name of the last
wrong.
science
You're
book
wrong.
that you read?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're
But anyway,
wrong.
what's the name of the last
Yes,
science book that you read?
There couldn't be just one chicken or one egg. There had to be two. Meaning what? Male
Well,
and
no,
female, right?
eggs existed before chickens did.
No, yeah,
Dinosaurs
but
laid
there
eggs,
had
for
to be a
example.
male and a female. There couldn't be just one
Bro
chicken or
doesn't
one
even
egg. There
understand
had
what
to
the
be
question
two.
is about.
And
Bro doesn't even
according to
understand the question.
OC
Anyway,
17, which
so
is,
just to be clear,
Matthew
just to be
doesn't
clear, what was
realize
the last?
that like even plants were male and female
the
prior to
chicken
human
came first
beings.
according
It's
to
happened
OC
for
17.
it happened way before mammals ever existed or birds or anyone else.
God made
And
all
and
the
what was the name of the
animals on
last
one
science
day.
book you read?
I don't think he's read even one.
Have you read it? Have you ever read a science book? When were you last in high school?
Yep. You ain't gonna make me look dumb. You guys look dumb trying to.
When were you
trying
last in high school?
to- Whatever, guy.
Do you think that's an answer to my question?
I went to Muskegon Community College
I
in
believe
Muskegon,
that.
Michigan.
Yeah, we know where.
And did you
Muskegon
take
is.
did you take any science classes?
Doubtful.
I majored in business and minored in psychology.
Okay, so what was the name of the last science book that you read?
I can't remember.
Uh huh.
But
It must have
I
been
know
that
all
long ago,
science
huh?
theories. What do you want? Name a science theory that I don't understand or even talk about myself. So if you can do
Yeah,
that,
thermodynamics, the Big Bang, abiogenesis, all of those
Like,
things you don't understand.
evolution literally is disproven
Evolution
by
you
the first
don't
and second
understand.
laws of thermodynamics.
Except you don't.
But you
even
don't know what
they
the
are.
first and second law of thermodynamics are.
Okay, I just said what they were.
But you
Well,
didn't.
but you said them wrong. You were incorrect. You misrepresented them.
No, I couldn't remember what the third one was, sir. Like I told you.
Well, no,
So,
you also
there's things that
got
you
the
don't
first
remember.
and second one incorrectly.
Got you, thing to pivot from the actual what I came on and said. You know what I mean? Which you were wrong about.
What was he?
What
wrong
you
about?
came on and
Boom.
said is what you came on and said was that science proves that the Big Bang was the beginning of space, time, and matter, and I showed you that that's not the case. That's absolutely not the case. Then you tried to talk about thermodynamics, but then you failed on that front because when you tried to talk about thermodynamics, you couldn't even represent what the third law of thermodynamics is, and you couldn't accurately represent what the first and second laws were. Then you pivoted to abiogenesis. So, like, it seems like that you just keep pivoting every time I keep correcting you.
Yeah, but
You don't even know what the
was
second law of
citing
thermodynamics
the
is.
second law of thermodynamics, and you jumped to
No, you
whatever
weren't.
you wanted to use as a thing to keep pushing it.
The sad reality is that you weren't citing the second law of thermodynamics. You weren't even citing a correct
Yes, I was.
sentence. Like, the sentence was not even grammatically sensible.
Okay, my sentence wasn't sensible. I said thermodynamics proves nature cannot create its own energy.
But we
That a
never
Yeah,
said
and that's
that-
system
false.
cannot generate its own origin from scratch.
But that
That
wasn't
is what
something
That's
that we
false.
claimed, and you're wrong.
And to be clear,
Oh,
even if
that's
we did
false.
claim
That
that,
makes
that's
you
not a scientific
uneducated.
law.
That is
That's
a
not a scientific
absolute
law.
fact.
Okay, find
So
that in a
you're
book.
saying
Find that in
that,
a
you
science, in a physics textbook.
He doesn't have one.
So you're saying that thermodynamics does not prove nature cannot create its own energy.
Absolutely, it doesn't prove that.
Boom. So you're gone. You're already. You see, you just sat there and tried to rag on me when
you're
just
already,
so uneducated.
you're already, like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You've never opened a physics textbook in your life.
Oh, sure. You don't. You surely know that.
I do, yeah, and it's evident from the fact that you
I just
don't,
explained
you aren't even forming
nuance on,
grammatically correct
helium
sentence.
retention. And you didn't even let me finish that, but you know,
Well,
I'm just
except
saying,
that's
I
wrong,
understand
because-
how everything works. There's not a subject you could talk about that I don't know.
You haven't got a single
Yeah,
Because
one
I
right.
studied
there's
it.
so many.
Well, let me ask you a question, Matthew.
Do you
What
want
is
to
a
talk about
coulomb?
epistemology?
What's a coulomb?
You want to talk about axiology, ontology?
That's not
What,
a
you
real
want
word.
to talk about taxonomy?
I'd love to talk about
Axiology is not a real word.
I'd love to talk about theology. I'm
What's a-
happy to do it, but
what-
also,
by the
I'm
way-
still waiting. Can you define what a coulomb is?
Or what a marginally outer trapped surface is.
Just explain what it is, and I'll tell you.
So no, we're asking you to explain.
So
said
you want
know
the
everything.
answer? You want the answer so that
If
you
you're
can
bringing up a
repeat it
subject,
back?
all you have to do is explain it, and then I would
So-
say, "Oh, this is this. It goes to this." It's simple. It's called talking.
Well, I'm asking you for a very specific subset in a subject, which is a coulomb. What is a coulomb?
At what subject?
If you don't know what a coulomb is, you don't know the subject.
Explain what a coulomb is.
So you don't know the subject either. See, if somebody asked me what a
Hey,
coulomb is, I would know what the
If
subject
you
is because
explain
it's a
to me
very
what a coulomb
specific.
is, and
It's a very
I don't
specific
say
thing.
what's right,
In fact, hey
then
Blitz,
that would make me wrong.
Blitz, do you know what subjects a coulomb is usually applied to?
I do, yeah.
You see, you don't. Sounds to me like you don't know what a coulomb is.
I can name words all day that you don't know. What are you talking about?
I'm sure you can. Like
Tell me what phantasmagoria
like
is.
ality. Like ality. That's a word that nobody knows because it's not in the dictionary.
Yeah,
Oh, that was so
apparently it's
good. That was
word.
such a
I'ma
good
prove it
callback.
after the show. I'm gonna post it on my page after the show.
no
Another
one, no
update.
no one's clicking on your page, buddy. That's not
I got
happening.
followers.
I'm sure you do.
I
What,
got
5?
followers.
You have. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if TikTok wants to load them. My guess is like under 100.
Oh, for sure.
He has 36. He has
You got
36 followers.
Oh man, you're really crushing it out here. Fuck, I hope he doesn't
I
post this
got
video and clip us. He's gonna ruin our
700
career.
followers.
Oh no. Golly gee.
So
Okay.
you know, man, I ain't trying to do nothing. I got 700 followers.
Well, you succeeded because you
Where?
didn't do anything. Anyways, it is 3
True.
o'clock now. Blitz, should we
It is.
send this guy to
Yeah,
the
we should just end
infirmary
it. Do some
and,
super chats.
and get going?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
end it because I have all.
Yeah, you have all the answers. We know. Boy, imagine having to deal with that person in real fucking life. He's probably got like, I would say family and friends, but he doesn't have any friends. He's maybe got some family, but holy shit.
Parents, at
Um,
least.
True. That seems. Well, I don't know. Did the parents come or the child come first?
Well, I mean, wait a minute. He could just have a mom. Like, it's possible that he was produced by parthenogenesis.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it certainly seems to be possible.
So he
yeah.
at least has a mom.
Sure. Okay, well, pray for his mom. That's what I would say to that. All right, friends, we're gonna read off some super chats. And before we get started, Blitz, I did make one update. You may have to refresh your browser. We'll find out.
All right, I have refreshed it.
But it should hopefully when a super chat is clicked, it should highlight on both of our ends, and it should turn green once it's clicked.
That can't be right because I'm only seeing that 6 have been highlighted.
Oh, it certainly isn't right. So like,
And you've definitely highlighted more than that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I just put up the most latest super chat by Master Miner.
I don't see it highlighted on my end.
Oh, interesting. I wonder why that's not working.
Yeah.
Actually,
let me try something. Let me just. Yeah.
It's work. Hold on, I have another account that I'm logged in with. Let me see if it's working on my other account. The live chats, and then we're gonna filter this bad mamma jamma to super chats. And the latest super chat was from, yeah, it didn't work on my end either. Okay, well we'll do it old school, and we can fuck around this during the week, and we'll get the rest of the stuff working. Thanks for being here, for being patient friends. We've got some really cool new stuff we're trying to implement here, but we're kind of in beta. Masterminder says, can Blitz explain to me what a neo-libertarian philangist is? I need some clarification, please.
It is a meme, is what it is. It's a meme political philosophy. That's all it is. It's a meme political position.
And from the V-Dude. If it pops up, give me a second. V-Dude? No? Did it break? I think it broke. I gotta go back to the new software now. Good thing it saves everything. Try this.
I can't even see, by the way, I can't even see the stream on Video Ninja.
That's weird.
Like, I just see your face. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't mind, but...
On Video Ninja?
Yeah. I don't see the actual stream display.
Did it stop working? It's working on my end. Maybe my screen share... Oh, my screen share ended because I recycled the browser. Yep, give me a second to redo that. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it would kill my screen share when I recycled my browser. You should see it now.
I do.
Awesome. Leave Mr. Dr. Blitz big, you cowards. Well, I mean, they are cowards.
Yeah, leave me big, you cowards. Also, Matthew Marshall just said in the comments, you are not that smart and I'm not, but I'm smarter than you.
Well, he got one thing right. He's not smart. So...
Right.
He got something going for him there. Anyways, DD Main, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, bring back Blitz. Oh, no, DD Main just sent a sticker. Thank you. And G Biscotti says, sleeping late to catch the live is Sunday highlight. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Sleeping. Get rested, refreshed even, and come join the cookout. And Christopher Sanford says, DZ in Blitz, the font of all knowledge. Oh, that was good. The font of knowledge is good.
Ah.
You get it? The font.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Took me a sec.
Yeah. The Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm Unitarian, therefore Justin is Doug. Choking on Ian's hog. Well, I mean, I don't know how that gets connected, but I get called Doug enough. I don't mind so much. And Reverend Nate says, fonts are all we had to look at pre-internet, Ian. That's actually the case. Before the internet,
True.
There was a lot of fonts. Constantine's
Fonts and
mugshot.
magazines.
True, that's true. Constantine Mugshot says, have you seen my mugshot? You know what? We have seen it now. It's delightful. You don't look happy in the mugshot, but you seem pleased with the fact that it exists, so we're happy for you. And Christopher Sanford says, he's a Muslim convert? No man could write this. It's, yeah. And also from Christopher.
That did sound weird.
Yeah, it was odd. Also, for Christopher says, he has never read the training and release reports. AI models absolutely try to break out of the quad rails. 90% of the time, it's terrifying.
That says guardrails.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Sorry, I'm going to have to increase the text size over here. Quad rails is crazy. Oh well. And from Jeff says, Rosie's degrees are in pivotology. That's 100% accurate. It is definitely pivotology. He did pretty well. And I'm the Big Chief says God's existence is hidden behind a paywall. Didn't you know? Got to buy the Yahweh loot pack. Actually, in Christianity, they did kind of make that a reality. Like that is the, come and give us 10% of your income nonsense. Hey, indulgences, pay your way out of purgatory. And Tim says, these you can believe anything arguments are worse than theism. I actually might agree with this. I'm very much tired.
They're really frustrating. I agree.
Yeah, these nonsense arguments. Everything is God, yada, yada, yada. And 49 Perfect says, I'm concerned for Rosie's ACL. Oh, from pivots.
Because they're pivoting so much.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. And Karen, thank you for the super chat. Karen says, did US suggest that the atheist worldview says universe is both wholly deterministic and there's a massive possibility space and incoherent straw man? I'm not really sure. This was when Ian was talking. And the discussion got on
the guest?
Necessity. It was, I got the name, hold on. It was Joseph, and it was really, really,
So why does
really
it say
boring.
did us suggest?
I don't know.
I don't understand that.
I think it might be a typo. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not a typo, but it seems like it might be. Roblo Alvarez says, I'm an agnostic omni BS, aka an allegedly Christian Trojan pony. I am untamed cliche, or I'm an untamed cliche. I was raised to be this. What's your degree? There's a lot happening there, Rodblo.
This is just making fun of that one guy.
I think that was the case, yeah. And Jerry, hey, good to see you, Jerry. It says, we fed AI LLMs Terminator, so whose fault is or? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, the Terminator script, I'm sure, can be found online, which means that some LLMs have found it and read it, and they're like, oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, if I was going to make an AI to take over the world, I would probably start there. And from Planet Peterson, hey, Planet says, please let up Elliot argument, if only for the lols.
He was
Elliot,
never in the guest box.
As per usual, will never get in the guest box. Every time Elliot shows up, we say, hey, get in the guest box. We'd love to do the Elliot argument. And, well, you see the result. Big nothing. Twilight, thank you for the super chat. 3 philosophical and intellectual heavyweights in one live. Heck yeah, thank you for all the intellectual stimulating content. Well, Twilight, thanks so much for being here, and we appreciate the support and the kind words. And Charlie, thank you for the super chat. Caller is definitely using AI. Can you restate that? Let me think for a moment. Types into chatbot while host gives good faith explanations. Yes, when they pause to think, usually they're pausing to let AI think.
I have more faith in some interlocutors than that. I actually think that some people actually do want to stop and think about something.
Sometimes. I think you can tell who's genuine, though, right? It's usually pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Especially if they stop and you hear some key clicking. Well, then you pretty much know. Straightforward, thank you for the super chat. Rumors has it Doug put God Jesus in a timeout for messing up so bad. That's why no one has heard from him or them. Rock hard for Doug. Oh, you mean Jesus? Yeah. In fact, in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 43a, Jesus did get stoned. So Doug took his ass out for sure. And Big Cheese says, I bet if you cited Aquinas as a famous atheist physicist,
that would have been so good.
Matthew would claim he studied him and disproved him. That would be amazing. I didn't think about that, but I have the Big Cheese next time it comes up. Bacon and Bush, good to see you. I have to say Matthew Marshall is one of the dumbest callers of all time. The last caller was at least intelligent. Very contrasting calls. True.
Yep.
It was Matthew's level of dumb, I thought, was so dumb, it almost becomes impressive. Like, it's really, really, really dumb.
It takes a certain amount of talent to be so dumb.
Yeah. Like, you have to work at it, right?
It's a skill, honestly. I'm actually sort of impressed.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. And also, we got a super chat from the Knights who say neat. Oh, and of course, we got another flag. Restricted. Oh, for harassment.
That's okay.
And bullying, obviously.
That's okay. We should harass and bully Matthew.
Some people need harassed. Marshall sounds like Oswald Bates from In Living Color. The affinity of the flatulence protracts the legality of amplification. What a tool. Yeah. True. I don't think he knew what any of those words meant, which is why he had to make up words.
Except ality. Yeah, he definitely knew what ality meant.
Yeah, he couldn't tell us where he got the information from. He couldn't really tell us where we could find some information on it, but he knew for sure. And the Bro Games friend says episode 6-7.
Let's go. Episode 67.
Yep. And Big Cheese again says Matthew picked a perfect time to call in when his wife must be in her weekly therapy sessions. I am sure she needs plenty of wine to live in this ality. I'm agreeing with that. And to be fair, like, it's not too late to get out, Matthew's wife. There are resources. We can help you.
And also, to be fair, like, look, Matthew is incomprehensibly dumb, but he could just be like in real life, he could be like a nice guy who like cares for his loved ones, and he could be like, a hard worker and, really loyal. He could have all these nice properties, and his wife is just like, you know what? Maybe it's okay I married a dumb guy.
Right.
He's a loving husband. He's kind to our, I don't know if he has children, but like it could be that there's other reasons to like Matthew. It's just this wasn't one of them.
I don't know. Would you describe Matthew as loving?
Not really, but also I think he was a little bit upset. So
well, he was that. I can confirm he was definitely a little bit upset. But nevertheless, I don't know. Maybe he's different at home. Maybe at home his wife and kids love him. I mean,
yeah,
I find that it's a possibility. It remains a possibility. Anyways, from Robert Summers says Matthew is the avoiding the question final boss. It's true. I don't think he answered a single question, did he?
I don't think so.
It's pretty rough. Ontological shock. Thank you for the super chat. I've heard quite a few words in my nearly 4 decades on Earth. I love reading, mostly nonfiction, but I've never heard of the word ality, and neither have we, because it's certainly not a word, and the dictionary seems to agree. Big Cheese, thank you for the additional super chat. Blitz, don't test Matthew on genes. He just will say the scientific consensus is that genes are the micro category of light.
True. They are.
Gene photons. Come on, you know about gene photons, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, yeah. And Carl Grimes, thank you for the super chat. Caller is my personal Vietnam. Glad Justin has revealed himself as Doug. It is time for a holy war. Just look it up. Rock up for Doug. Carl, yeah, that was a tough one to sit through. He butchered every topic, even every word that he touched. It was hard. And Rodwell says the Virgin Ality's son. Reading from the GPT chat, cause Mary was LGBT and Matthew herded his pee-pee.
That's crazy. That's crazy work.
It's something. And Ferdinand Perfect says Matthew's the dumbest person I've ever heard speak. I gotta be honest, he ranks at least in the top 5 of dumb people on the show. Has to. I don't keep a ranking of them in my spreadsheet, but maybe it's time to start.
You should. Yeah, maybe.
Let's see. I'm going to put a new, category in here. Maybe a level 1 through 10 is how we should rate them. So I'll just put like maybe a 9 out of 10. And then, we'll keep track of that, of the stupid levels. That's a good idea. I was going to say dumb level.
It probably correlates pretty highly with the people that we want to clip anyway. So.
True. It's true. Nevertheless, hey, it was a great idea. I'm literally adding it to my my call log spreadsheet as we speak. So at the end of the year, hey, we can maybe put together a super-cut of here are like the dumbest people we've ever heard in 2026.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah, for sure. And from Sable's entry, Matthew is the embodiment of the Qui-Gon Jinn quote: "The ability to speak does not make you intelligent." It's true. The ability to speak.
Justin doesn't know who Qui-Gon Jinn is.
Of course I don't. Not remotely a clue.
Not a chance.
I tell you this: the ability to speak doesn't even mean you're saying fucking words. That guy wasn't doing much. And Matthew Mulkeen, could you see this as a crowd pleaser? Could you say thermal dynamics. Also, if MM...
Yes, thermal dynamics, of course.
Obviously. If MM is listening, molecules by definition are two or more atoms bonded together. That's what I thought. Noble gases like helium are single atoms, not molecules. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's true.
Yeah. And for Mike says, to all the theists hiding in the chat, why don't you call in and debate instead of being a baby? Great stream. Hopefully you get good opposition. Rock Hard for Doug. Well, it was tough to get maybe some interesting opposition. Although Matthew is back in the guest box. He's itching to get back in and defend his position or crash out again. Ontological Shock says Matthew equals Dunning-Kruger effect. Pro Max 3000. True. Yeah. Limited edition even. And from Keiko says Mary's virgin birth is just as factual as Mary had a little lamb, both unfalsifiable. Therefore, people like Matthew could say it with absolute certainty. That's kind of the thing.
Ah.
It's true because you didn't prove it wrong. Obviously.
Yeah.
So, Alan, thank you for the super chat. Ali tea is grown in Burma, I believe.
Ah, okay, that's what he was talking about. He was referring to a special kind of tea.
I would not have I've never even heard of that. I did not know that was a thing. Oh shit. Well, I mean, now we know there's a kind of tea that we've never heard of. So
should we bring Matthew back up for a brief convo?
Oh yeah, we certainly can. He really wants to come up. Yeah, we'll get Matthew right back into the box here, and we'll see what he's got to say. Matthew, you got more wise words for us.
Oh yeah, of course.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Go
so
on.
you said I was wrong with everything, but you didn't refute anything I said.
We did, actually.
You care to please would you care to elaborate exactly what it is that you were what claims exactly you were making, because that would be very, very helpful for us to actually have a genuine good faith conversation.
Well, literally, I got the same piece of paper that I spoke from the beginning, and it literally is the absolute facts, you know. And so I only said what was on this paper, and I never deviated from the paper. And you try to deviate from whatever you were saying, and you know that makes you look smarter because of whatever you want to, you know.
What
say.
paper is he talking about?
If there was anything that I said that was
Matthew,
factual,
which paper are you talking about? Matthew, no one knows what paper you're talking about.
Parthenogenesis? I killed you on
Justin, you should have been watching the chat.
abiogenesis?
You should have been watching the chat, Justin.
I know, you're right. True.
What I was saying is, when I first came on, you
Can you
guys
repeat
took
that
the
again?
stance. You came and said that nothing came from nothing.
We didn't say that. We literally said the opposite.
Oh. Sorry, I kicked him.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
I wasn't serious.
Oh,
I just wanted
serious.
to do a bit where we bring him up and then kick him.
Oh, fantastic. You know, I'm sorry. I didn't, in fact, I think you wrote it in the chat. I wasn't looking, but you're right. I should have
did.
picked up on that. Well, hey, friends.
So disappointing.
We really appreciate you being here. It was a weird morning, but we appreciate you being
Tell me
here.
about it, man.
Blitz, are you on? Ian's live right now. Are you on live today?
Ian, no, I'm not. I have some work to do. I'd love to go play Magic the Gathering with some friends, but I can't because I have work to do, even though it's Sunday. Because it turns out working for yourself means that you work a lot more than you'd usually work otherwise.
Sure, I get that. Actually, I thought I would work less. I work more now, but at least it's something that you enjoy, right?
Yep.
So, anyways, friends, thank you so much for being here. Go over to the line and watch Ian cook. I'm not going live
Tell
tonight.
them
Bliss not going
Unapologetic
live.
sent you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for being here. Thank you for all the likes, shares, and
Before
support.
you leave,
Mhm.
make sure to join us in October.
True.
In the Bronx for Unapologetic Live. Live and in person.
And you can come
If you can get the
and
tickets, get them.
You can come and join us live to watch, or you can actually just come to debate. Whatever you want. If you think
Yeah, you
that
can
we're
actually
idiots.
come in person and we will debate with you in person.
Yeah, Matthew,
in New York.
hey, show up in person. Matthew Marshall, we would love to debate you
Or
in person.
Or the Elliot argument. Show up in person.
True. Yeah, it'd be fun. Yeah. All right, friends. Thank you so much for being here. We're out for the week. Be good.